He never.
Mr. Mayor, it's time.
I'd like to call this special meeting to order at 4:15 PM. Roll call, please.
Mayor Jose Grijalva.
Never.
Mr. Mayor, it's time.
I'd like to call this special meeting to order at
Councilmember
4:15 PM. Roll call, please.
Mayor Jose Grijalva.
Never.
Mr. Mayor, it's time.
Here.
Councilmember Pedrego. Councilmember Jose Montaño.
Here.
Councilmember Gustavo Durazo. Councilmember Ray Shelton.
Present.
Councilmember Maria Dillman.
Here.
Councilmember Richard Acosta.
Present.
City Manager Honor Kiko. City Attorney Nick Cook.
Here.
City Treasurer Alejandro Martinez.
Here.
Thank you, and Mrs. Pedrego told me I'll see you at 4:30, so usually we don't have them at 4, so we'll expect her late today. Item 3, persons wishing to address the council in writing or verbally on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
Item number 4, discussion decision discussion decision to call for and conduct an executive session. A, under the authority of ARS 38-431.03A3 and 4, to consider its position, instruct its representatives, and obtain legal advice regarding the property located at 1300 North San Antonio Avenue and the bids received regarding the property. And item B, under the authority of ARS 38-431.03A3 and 4, to consider its position, instruct its representatives, and obtain legal advice regarding a potential litigation matter. May I have a motion to enter into executive session?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Shelton?
I recommend we go into executive session to discuss said matters.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Shelton, second by Mrs. Dillman. Any discussions? Hearing none, roll call, please.
And Councilmember Montaño.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes.
Councilmember Dillman.
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion passes. We enter into executive session at 4:17 PM.
Mr. Mayor, it's time.
I'd like to call this special meeting, a public hearing to order at 5:15 PM. Roll call, please.
Mayor Jose Grijalva,
Here.
Councilmember Aida Pedrego,
Present.
Councilmember Jose Montaño,
Here.
Councilmember Gustavo Durazo, Councilmember Ray Shelton, Councilmember Maria Dillman,
Here.
Councilmember Richard Acosta,
Present.
City Manager Ana Urquijo,
Present.
City Attorney Nick Cook,
Here.
City Treasurer Alejandro Martinez.
Here.
And Mr. Shelton just walked. Item 3, persons wishes to address the council in writing or verbally on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Eric Ray.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I would like to say one thing out of parliamentary procedure before I make
Hold
my,
on. So. Does this have to do with the budget?
yeah,
Go on.
you need to put the budget out for everyone in the public to see in an easy way before you vote. Just the idea is an aghast to the citizens here. We've lost 26 businesses since the Last Supper Museum's been open that I know, the people, and that's just in the downtown corridor. Our streets have no lines on them, parking lines are gone, crosswalk lines are gone. Our buildings are falling apart, they're boarded up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's nothing for the kids to do. We're gonna give another $1 million, 3 to the golf course. People are talking about getting raises when 2 city employees here are making more money combined than the governor of California. And they're crying about raises. It's shameful. And we can't get a nickel to promote tourism here in Douglas. Not a nickel. I've brought a pile of earned media. Does anyone not know what earned media is? Council? Do you know what earned media is, Mr. Costa? Surprise. Earned media is when you get in a magazine, a newspaper, a website, a television show, and you don't pay for it because they're interested in your story. It's worth 10 times the advertising dollar that you would spend. I have an entire pile of it over there of positive things that we've brought to Douglas in magazines, newspapers, etc. And we have a lot more coming. And I'm going to do a lot of press, and it's going to start not being the positive press that it's been the last 3 years. I'm going to tell the truth. But for you people to vote on this without talking to your constituents, and that's already been a problem with the streetscape, where several council members told me they went into multiple businesses on G Avenue and they did not. One of those businesses said that streetscape was all right, and then he closed his business 1 week later. I don't understand the problem here. I've been here for 5 years and it's now worse than it was with COVID. There's no economic development, it's zero, and there's zero tourism. We are bringing in many more numbers into the Last Supper Museum that come into your own visitor center. Who is paying these people? Who is paying a tourism coordinator? We gave Anna and Jennifer Smith an email, which I can produce, years ago, saying, don't hire a tourism coordinator. Let's spend those dollars to create tourism, then coordinate the tourism. We have nothing. You cannot vote on this budget today. And if you do, everyone will see you do not care about the constituents. You don't care about the kids. You don't care about, I'm talking,
Thank you, Mr.
over here doing a crossword puzzle on his
Thank
way
you,
to the,
Mr. Braverman. Item four.
no thanks to you.
Presentation discussion on public hearing. Item A, the purpose of the public hearing is to allow public participation regarding the final budget adoption for fiscal year 2026 and 2027. Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me, members of the council. This public hearing is required by state statute. It is to provide the public an opportunity to provide a feedback and public input towards the fiscal year 2027 budget. The budget has been up on our website for the past, since tentative budget adoption. We also published the public hearing notice for 2 consecutive weeks on our newspaper as required by state law. And we had the schedules also available for public inspection and consumption at our public library and recently at our city clerk's office. So at this point, we'll open it up.
This is open to the public, Mr. Braverman, so you could go up there on the mic. State your case.
It's not my case. It's the people of Douglas who I talk to every day. I'm right next to the Grand Restaurant, where the Grandeliers, I call them, that are blowing their pensions, coming twice a week. This is all they talk about. This town, when it died economically, it died emotionally, and none of you get it because you don't have the responsibilities. And just these outrageous salaries, it's insane. And I'm not talking about Alma or Alejandro or Cynthia or the people on the ground. I'm talking about him and her and Jennifer Smith and these people taking these outrageous salaries that don't engage the people, don't care. They haven't looked at the newspapers or the Facebook.
Mr. Braverman.
I'm the only one to talk.
Personal attacks.
What's personal? This is
Naming
my
company.
constitutional right to say what I believe based on facts. If that is insulting, what?
Naming them by name.
Name who by name?
Can't name anybody by name.
Why?
Gonna disagree on the high salaries, you could just say, hey, I disagree on. the
Why
high
can't we
salaries.
tell the truth? This is part of the problem here, is the people cannot represent themselves or anyone else because you guys have all these little tricks. It's just nonsense. It is my constitutional right to say what I want as long as I'm not threatening someone or using obscenity, period. It's the United States Constitution. This isn't Russia. This isn't Cuba. I'm really ashamed of you people. Ashamed. I reached out to all of you. Our council person isn't even here. Again. What is happening? And none of you have an explanation for anything. You can't tell me you've engaged in the people because I know you haven't. We've brought positive press down here. At the last meeting, after I was done speaking, the man with the bike races, a wonderful man, he commented on the contributions of the bike race. When he was done, Ray Shelton said, "Thank you for treating us with respect." All I do is get an aided museum. And we have all that positive press. The press is getting out of the Fiesta restaurant. Be happy to provide that newspaper. So while Mr. Shelton was talking about respect, he's getting out of restaurants and it's in the paper. So don't talk to me about respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Braverman.
3/4 of that was an absolute lie that the paper said. Thank you.
It was not, they serve around and they cannot leave the people that talk with you and you're disrespectful every time.
Thank you, Mr. Braverman. We got 2 more members of the audience. Kelvin, Mrs. Kramer?
minutes.
6 minutes.
6 minutes? Okay. First off, you guys, I don't know if you guys can hear me. First off, I want to thank, first off, I want to say, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for this, speaker. I want to thank the Police Department for helping me with funding, the Fire Department, and I can't come with all the names. So many people helped me with this, my basketball camp for the last camp, and I had over 100 kids, but, let me go and say my name is Calvin Grant, and I'm the founder of Home Court Douglas. First, I want to thank you for giving me a few minutes to speak tonight. I'm here because I truly believe basketball can make a difference in Douglas. Back in June, we held our first camp, and we had over 100 kids show up. Seeing that many young people in one gym, smiling, learning, and just enjoying the game reminded me that this community wants more opportunities like that. Because of the support we've received, we're hosting another camp on July 17th and 18th at Paul Hubert
Calvin,
Middle School.
so this has to do with the budget.
Okay, the budget.
Well, you can speak on that on the.
So yeah, I'm having a hard time budgeting. My last camp was free, and I don't want to. I'm not doing another free camp, but some kids and parents, they don't have like funding for basketball, and a lot of these kids want to play. They want to play. I see that. It's sports really can get these kids outside. And then I like being outside. A lot of kids want to be on the games, and I feel like I could bring more kids outside with my basketball program. And if I can get more funding, especially for this next one, because I put a lot of money into my last camp, I would really appreciate it. More support I can get, I would love. So I'm gonna keep it short and just thank you for you guys' time. That's about it.
We do have a community line item if you'd like to apply for it.
Okay.
Just what your needs are and maybe what we can help out. There's also our council line item, so feel free to always ask. I mean, that's what the budget's for. It's your taxpayer money, so whatever we can help you out with.
Yes.
But I believe the forms are.
We can email you the link, and I think my office was reaching out to you as well to coordinate a meeting for some other potential interests.
Okay.
So we can make sure you get that during that meeting.
Thank you. I also want to say, Sheldon, thank you for last time you helped me out a little bit. So Sheldon,
Yeah, anytime.
got a good guy right there.
That's been my
Yeah.
Sport,
Bill.
it's a favorite sport.
He's a
Yeah,
good
he
sport.
coached when I was in middle school.
Oh, really?
10 years.
Yeah.
voice.
Great guy. So, yeah. And also, I want to thank, I always want to say positive things. So like even last supper, I never moved negatively, but he also helped with like at one point with like breaking down something for my program, him and his wife. So like I said, I'm gonna keep it positive. He helped out too. All right, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The public hearing, Mrs. Kramer.
I just wanted to say that I know you all read my letter a while back. And in reference to the budget, I did see the announcement on Facebook about the museum tours. And I think that's a great idea. I had put that in my letter. And I think we're doing the best we can. You are, with what's going on in the world, basically. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
No one else will adjourn the public hearing at 5:20, or may I have a motion to adjourn?
Mayor, I motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion by Mrs. Pedregos, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Pedregos, second by Mr. Montaño, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any nays? Ayes have it, we adjourn at 5:29. I'd like to call this next special meeting to order at 5:30 PM. Roll call, please.
Mayor Jose Grijalva,
Here.
Councilmember Aida Pedrego,
Present.
Councilmember Jose Montaño,
Here.
Councilmember Gustavo Durazo, Councilmember Ray Shelton,
Here,
Councilmember Maria Dillman,
Here.
Councilmember Richard Acosta,
Present.
City Manager Ana Urquijo,
Present.
City Attorney Nick Cook,
Here.
City Treasurer Alejandro Martinez.
Here.
Thank you. Item 3, persons wishing to address the council in writing or verbally on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
Item 4, discussion decision on approval. Item A, resolution number 26-1740, a resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2026 and 2027. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The final adoption of the City of Douglas fiscal year 26-27 operating and capital budget is presented for approval in accordance with Arizona revised statutes. The tentative budget schedules were published in a newspaper with general circulation for 2 consecutive weeks, along with a notice of the public hearing we just held. The public hearing, final adoption confirms the budget within the previously established expenditure limit ceiling, which formally authorizes expenditures and sets the legal spending limits for the fiscal year. Both tentative and final budgets must be posted on the city's website within 7 days of adoption. At the joint Finance Committee meeting on June 2nd and the tentative budget adoption on June 10th of this year, staff presented the city manager's recommended fiscal year 27 operating and capital budget. The balanced budget totals 107,967,481 across all funds, including a proposed general fund budget of 23,037,639, which represents a 2.3 increase over the prior year. The budget is built on the core principles of sustainability, efficiency, and strategic alignment with the City of Douglas Vision 2032. It also prioritizes key areas such as infrastructure improvements, downtown revitalization, economic development, managed growth, tourism, and transportation enhancements. Following the Finance Committee recommendation and direction from Mayor and Council provided during the tentative budget adoption, the requested adjustments have been incorporated. Based on direction from Mayor and Council to allow the fire union to submit a recommendation, the fire union recommended lowering the proposed increase from 2 to 1.5% to enable the fire engineer and fire lead engineer classifications to also receive the additional adjustment. As a result, this budget includes a 1.5 additional adjustment for firefighters, fire engineers, fire lead engineers, and police officers on top of the 3% COLA provided to all other eligible non-minimum wage employees, except those in salary range 33 and above. Also, we received fire liability insurance, which represented an 11% increase since tentative budget adoption. They've also been incorporated into the budget. Funding for this increase was adjusted from contingency reserves that had been set aside as a safety net for potential PSPRS increases, or other unaccounted operational needs. Excuse me. With these changes, the budget still stands at 107,973,928 across all funds. The general fund proposed budget is 18,653,875, which represents a 1.6 increase after transfers, with a total general fund budget of 23,035,675, a 2.3 increase from last year. Staff recommends final adoption as agreed by the majority of mayor and council, with the expenditure cap set on 6/10/2026 of 107,973,928. Thank you for your commitment to sound fiscal management and the future of Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. May I have a motion to approve resolution number 26-1740?
Mayor,
Mr. Acosta,
I move that the mayor and council approve resolution number 26-1740.
have a second?
Second.
I second.
Motion by Mr. Acosta, second by Mr. Shelton. Any discussion? Mr. Braverman, this is not a public hearing. If you'd like to speak, you can get a form. And you can discuss. Is there any discussion? I think you wanted, Mrs. Pedrigo?
I just wanted to address the budget as it has been, well, not approved, but motioned. It was not a difficult decision, but we really do feel that the employees on the bottom line needed to get a 3% COLA. And also there's a change of the 1,000 once a year, and I believe it's during Thanksgiving, which I think is really important. And I know the constituents of Douglas that I've spoken with, and I have spoken with many, and I do want to let you know, I do not intimidate any of the constituents, although I was informed by a very prominent family that when they had the streetscape presentation over here, that one of the council members said that I intimidated constituents of Douglas. I just want to say I do not. But many of them stated or have stated that their concerns is that we are very top heavy, but the bottom needs to receive more. So that's one of the reasons. Also, I'd like to address the airport. I understand that to many of your constituents, you feel that the airport is not as important, or not the airport, I'm sorry, the golf course. Please correct the golf course. The golf course is bringing a lot more revenue to our community. And if we want to continue with the tourism that it is bringing, not only for our youth, but to people from all around, I think it is a good investment. So I support it, and I've spoken with many of you. And at first, it was said, well, no, but once I explained, many said yes, that they were in support of the money for the golf course.
Mr. Braverman? I think Ms. Samaniego Bernal, you wanted to say a few words? I'll have you say a few words, and then if you could sign the paper after. She brought the whole crew. That whole crew. No. If you could come up. You scared me because I was thinking, did we have any awards to give out tonight that I didn't remember except the parade?
We'll take them. Hi, everyone. My name is Ana Samaniego Bernal, and I am here on behalf of a couple different dance parents. I want to let everybody know about our kids. They actually were able to win a dance competition a couple months ago, and they have actually made it to nationals, and they're going to be competing in Lake Tahoe next couple weeks, actually. Not next month anymore. We're in July. So on July 20th, a lot of them, I believe it's 11 girls total. Now, this is something that a lot of people might not think it's too big, but there hasn't been any dancers in Douglas that have made it to nationals since before COVID. So it's a pretty big deal, and we're very proud of them. Now, the only thing is that it's pricey, and it's a little hard for us to be able to travel and get them over there. So we're asking the city if they can help us with anything they can. We do have to travel. It's going to be, I believe it's on the 19th or the 20th that we have to travel to Tucson and then take a plane to Lake Tahoe, Nevada. And that's where the competition is going to be. We have these girls, some of the girls here. I believe that the 10 and 11-year-olds, it's a group of 8 girls. They did really, really good, and we're very, very proud of them. They've been practicing and practicing nonstop. They actually just got out of practice right now. They haven't stopped dancing all summer, so they haven't had a vacation. So we're very proud of them, and we're hoping that we can get some sort of support from the city in order to be able to get them there. I know it's hard right now and it's tough times for everybody, but we're trying. And and I know that a lot of youth don't get opportunity to be able to grow and get to levels where they're able to compete in like larger competitions, but we have that opportunity now for them, and we want to see them grow. We want to see them prosper, and we want to see them continue on with their dancing skills, which they're great. I invite anybody to come and check them out. They're actually going to be dancing this Friday at the Douglas Market. And that's a performance. They're performing for free. It's a free community performance. So if anybody wants to check them out. And yeah, that's why we're basically here. We're here trying to see if we can get any funds or anything for us to be able to travel to take them to their nationals competition.
Thank you. And just transparency purposes, you did put in a form,
Yes.
but it was a community asking for like a community request. So, and you are going through the Bambi Fund, which is a nonprofit.
Yes, so I'm a program manager for the Bambi Fund, which is a local nonprofit right here on G Avenue. We had a block party a couple weeks ago. We are a nonprofit that helps entrepreneurs and small businesses, and we have a lot of like community events and stuff. And we were trying to see if we could like run it through my nonprofit, since I know that it's a lot more difficult when it's just one person that receives money. But yeah, yes, I work with the Bambi Fund.
No, well, I will. This is an exception. You know, to represent them. Like,
Yes, we're very proud of them.
so,
Mhm.
how many sponsors besides? you?
So we have had a couple sponsors. I know that there was Nova Home Loans donated some money. We also had a realtor, I don't remember at the top of my head, from Sierra Vista that donated some funds to us. And we have been doing fundraisers throughout the community. We did one at our grand opening for my nonprofit a couple weeks ago, and we raised a couple $100. And we're hoping to raise a little bit more on Friday at the Douglas Market too.
Do you mind if I ask how much you put in for when you did the form?
I don't remember. I think it might have been maybe 2,000. I'm not sure if I remember how much it was. No,
Money.
maybe.
Come on. Okay. So I mean, during this, we can't make a motion. As far as with the budget, right?
Mayor, if I
Yes.
may? Not within the lens of your line items established in the schedules, but I think if we can get guidance, I think what you could do is, because if it was a request through the community funding program and it may have not met all the, I don't know, I would defer to Mr. Martinez to see if it came through that, because if it wasn't programming directly, it may not have gone that, but you may be able to direct from one of mayor and council projects or Vision 2032, which would not impact any of the line items in the current budget as a separate consideration. It's just a recommendation. I believe that would be aligned with something you could do. I think what could be done as part of the overall approval could insert a recommendation to do that as a separate motion, and I would defer that back to legal to see if that could be done. And really what it's doing, or we can circle back to a separate meeting. But essentially it would be, it's not changing anything within the budget construct per se, but it would be making a motion from your pots of money that you already have for that type of event, for a special event.
Nick, give us our options.
Well, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I don't think that another motion is something that can be accomplished just because it's not agendized for that. The only thing that's agendized right now is the adoption of the budget. I think you can direct, kind of like Mr. Kehoe said, you can direct staff to evaluate what avenue, whether it's from a specific line item contained in this budget. You can direct that it come back to council for some type of consideration out of one of those specific line items. But it would not be a separate motion on tonight's agenda because it's not agendized.
Well, I was thinking, Nick, and thank you, planning to just consider those separate items through a different meeting, but what I was thinking is approving the budget as submitted, with that modification.
Okay.
With an amendment to that portion of what they're approving, diverting whatever amount, blank amount, to this through an established vision line item, which is what we have. That's all I was suggesting.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. We're not changing the numbers, we're just
No,
moving
not
where
changing the numbers,
it's going to.
just amending the approval to include diverting one of your existing line items for that purpose.
Any other-
Yeah, so I think you would need a motion to amend that specific line item to where,
I just don't know what the amount is.
We could.
and that's, and for that reason, if we don't know the specific details, it might not make sense to do it at this meeting because we don't know how much and from what item it's going to.
Mr. Martinez, do you recall the amount as submitted?
Mayor, city manager, I do not.
Got it, right. Maybe we could put this out for the city employees if they would like to make a donation, whether it's $10 or 20 or 50 or whatever, to help with this be in there. Can't do that. Oh, well, they could do that too.
Okay, there's no other discussion.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Martinez, you were looking for the numbers.
Not
Okay.
necessarily, but I did skip an important piece of the chronological budget situation that I wanted to go on record as part of my presentation, so if I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I did mention that the city manager's recommended budget was presented both at the joint finance committee meeting and also the tentative budget adoption. That budget, and the highlights are on the memo, included a 3% COLA for all eligible non-minimum wage employees and a $750 one-time Thanksgiving distribution. The finance committee then met on 6/3 and recommended that the budget be approved as presented with a few exceptions. And this was actually voted by a vote of 4-1. The recommendations made by the finance committee on June 3rd were to exclude employees at or above paid grade level 33 from the 3% cost of living adjustment. Use those savings to fund an additional adjustments for fire and police sworn staff. And they also recommended to leave the Thanksgiving bonus to $1,000 instead of the $750 that were recommended. All the other recommendation was to consider an additional one-time bonus during the fiscal year for those employees who were not considered in the 3% COLA if financial position allows. So I thought that it was important that goes on record because that's how the recommendation originated from.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may also, one other item, Mr. Martinez, that since the tentative budget adoption, the TPT increased, did you want to mention that? So we had set a ceiling in the tentative budget adoption, and we have received from the Department of Revenue an estimate that was higher than our projected in the amount of, and you can clarify, in the area of 27,000. But because we've already set the ceiling, we can't incorporate that into the operating budget, but it will be placed into a surplus revenue. And as I've informed some of you during our prep here, that we had to take an $11,000 increase on the liability insurance. 11% actually equated to 11,000 from the general fund, from some of our set aside for public safety increases that we expect in the upcoming years. So long-term, that will just help feed that back. I just wanted to put that on record that there was one change that came in since tentative budget adoption from the Department of Revenue for that.
And Mr. Mayor, and that 27 additional that we are receiving from the state as far as state share revenue can also be helpful when it comes time to making any adjustments towards the end related to the new city that recently incorporated, which is kind of a limbo.
Town of Santan Valley.
Thank you. Hearing none, I move that the mayor and council approve resolution number 26-1740 with the direction of giving $2,000 to the Bambee Fund for their funds. Do I have a second?
From a vision.
2030. And Mr. Shelton second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Pedrego,
Yes.
Councilmember Montaño.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
Yes,
Councilmember Gilman,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Good luck, girls.
Item 5, adjournment. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
make a motion, we adjourn.
Mr. Shelton motions. Do I have a second?
I second.
Give it to her. She doesn't. Second to Mrs. Dome and all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Ayes have it. We adjourn at 5:50 PM.
Mr. Mayor, it's time.
Like, regular meeting to order at 6 p.m. Let's all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and let's stay standing for the invocation of Mary Louise Vigil. Oh, it's not on. Let me say it again because people online will not hear me. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. Where please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation by Mary Louise Vigil. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor, councilmen and women, and members of the community, thank you for, this is an honor and a privilege to be here this evening to pray over this session today. I want to quote a scripture that says Proverbs 3:5-6 tells us, trust in the Lord with all your heart, lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him and he will direct your path. And I believe that our Lord God Almighty leads us and guides us when we put our trust in him. And so today my prayer will be, you care for the land and the water, you enrich it abundantly. That's from Psalm 65:9-11. The streams of gold are filled with water to provide the people with grain, for so you have ordained it. You drenched its furrows and leveled its ridges. You soften it with showers and bless its crops. You crown the year with your bounty and your carts overflow with abundance. Father, it is your intention that our land would prosper so that your people will prosper and your communities will prosper. You love our community here in Douglas, Arizona. We thank you for your grace and goodness. May your face continually shine upon us so that your ways may be known in our community and there will be great growth and abundance. Thank you, Father, for the men and women who stand before us as the guides for our city. Thank you for the community members that have the passion and heart to be here tonight. We thank you for the opportunity to gather here today. We invite your presence to guide us, to give us grace and humility, to work in unity. Help us to remember the focus is on the greater good of our city. Give us clarity of mind and purpose, and help us to listen to one another with understanding and respect. May your decisions be fruitful and our time together be productive. Bring blessing and abundance upon our city. I pray, Father, that today's meeting will give us the focus to achieve great goals. May your work today be both meaningful and beneficial to the city of Douglas. Amen. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would like to extend an invitation to you to come and visit us at Christian Life Center on Frederick and 20th Street. Anytime you'd like to come and talk with us and share with us, we welcome you anytime. Thank you very much.
What are your hours of service?
Our hours of services, we have Sunday school at 10 o'clock on Sunday mornings, and our worship service is at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 4, roll call, please.
Mayor Jose Grijalva,
Here.
Councilmember Ida N. Pedrego,
Present.
Councilmember Jose Montaño,
Here.
Councilmember Gustavo Durazo, Councilmember Ray Shelton,
Present.
Councilmember Maria Dillman,
Here.
Councilmember Richard Acosta,
Present.
City Manager Honor Urquijo,
Present.
City Attorney Nick Cook,
Here.
City Treasurer Alejandro Martinez.
Thank you, and I forgot to mention, always correct me, Ms. Clerk, if I forget, Mr. Durazo was excused, last meetings and this meeting. Item number 5, events update.
Hello from the Recreation Department. Thank you to all the people who helped make the 4th of July such a spectacular occasion. The Recreation Department is so grateful for all the support from all departments within the city that helped us make this year's event as great as it was. Seeing the community come together is why the Rec Department loves doing what we do. Join us for a laugh on Saturday, July 11th at Cilantro's for a comedy night with special guest Luis Lopez. Doors open at 6:30 and the show will start at 8 p.m. Tickets are available online for $15 or at the door for $20. On Thursday, July 30th, will be another Art in the Park. There will be a youth session from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. and an adult session from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. We will have canvases, glass painting, and vase painting with one project per person while supplies last. Keep an eye out for more updates on our Facebook page. We hope to see you all very soon. Join us at the City of Douglas Aquatic Center and 8th Street Pool for our summer 2026 aquatics programs. Lap swim is available for exercise at the Aquatic Center, Monday through Friday from 5 to 8 a.m. and 4 to 8 p.m. The therapy pool is available from 4 to 5 p.m. and 7 to 8 p.m. from Monday through Thursday as we share the pool with our young swim lesson participants. Lap swim and therapy pool are also available on Saturdays from 7 to 10 a.m. We are excited to share new hours for open swim at Veterans Memorial Park. The 8th Street Pool is open from Wednesday to Sunday from 12 to 4 p.m. Night swim is also available at the 8th Street Pool every Friday from 5 to 8 p.m., if the weather allows it. Our Douglas Dolphins program will continue to run at the Aquatic Center until July 30th, 2026, from 12 to 1:30 p.m. Registration is still available for those who have passed Learn to Swim Level 5. Different payment plans are available. Adult swimming lessons registration is now open. Classes will take place at the Aquatic Center starting on July 20th, 2026, Monday through Thursday from 7 to 8 p.m. This session will run for 2 weeks with a cost of $35. Water aerobics will also be taking place at the Aquatic Center from July 20th to August 21st, 2026, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 6 to 6:45 p.m. Registration is now open with different payment plans available. Join us at our aquatic facilities this week as we host a food drive in celebration of America 250. Enjoy these hot summer days poolside while supporting our community. 2 cans of food equals 1 free entry. Feel free to give us a call with any questions or concerns regarding our City of Douglas aquatics programs.
Hi, this is what's happening at the Douglas Public Library in the month of July. We still have 3 weeks left of our summer reading program, and we hope you will join us to end the month and our program together. As always, you can pick up a calendar here at the library, or you can follow us on Facebook and Instagram so you never miss out on any of our events. We have a movie night this Friday, July 10th, for the whole family. We'll be watching Jurassic Park and enjoying some snacks together. Next Friday, we have a paint night for adults. That is July 17th at 5 p.m. You can call or register here at the library, and all materials are included. To end the summer on July 24th at 2 p.m., we have an ice cream party for the whole family. Make sure you come and celebrate the end of the summer with us. You can bring your reading bingos so you can get the prizes for the end of the summer and any that you missed throughout the summer. And we are still looking for the person with the highest minutes read of the summer. We will have winners in each age category, and they will get a very special prize once we have all the reading bingos back. We still have our weekly activities, STEAM activities, movies, and story times every day, so make sure you come and join us for that. We will see you here at the library in July. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Item number 6, Mayor and Council Member updates and or reports. Mrs. Pedregal?
I'd just like to share that I had a community event. 23 were in attendance. It was very well attended, and I want to thank the family Ortiz for allowing me to use their venue, and Mrs. Mahalka also, and for all the people that went. Some of the suggestions, one of the suggestions was that the city use a kiosk to announce the activities, but throughout the community, and to make sure that the message is short and to the point, so that different members in the community are aware of what's going on. And I would add that it needs to be bilingually, because quite a few of our constituents speak only Spanish. There was other recommendations. One was about the Fifth Street, and it's the ditch on the alley of Fifth Street. The way the water drains down, and when it's draining, several times the city has had to pay for replacements of carpet and so forth because of all the water that comes into the homes. The other, and there was a few other ones. They did discuss about the streetscape. When was that going to come up? Because, well, they're not happy with the streetscape as it is. And at that time, and I'm sorry I reported it before, but I was informed by a very well-known couple there that they were informed when they went to the little park over here, that one of the councilmen said that the reason many people signed that was because they were, what was the word? Intimidated to sign, so that's why they signed. And she went up to the councilman and told him no, because I went to her store and signed. So I think there needs to be some clarification. For those of you that really don't want it, you need to come and let the city council know. The other things that they brought up is a lot of the trash that's around in the neighborhood, the homes that are not being taken care of. They also brought information about the golf course. And I will say one of the gentlemen that was there explained, and then I went on to that, yes, the golf course is an issue, but at the same time, more and more of our youth are golfing. More and more teams are coming to Douglas, and when they come to Douglas, they leave money in Douglas. And we also talked about tourism, and there's other things, and I will be bringing them up shortly, but it was a very well-attended meeting and many, many comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Montaño?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. First of all, I want to thank the Parks and Recreation Department for an awesome 4th of July festivities. I think everybody enjoyed the time during that the park events. On the issue with the water on Fifth Street, that's an issue that affects both of us. We've been dealing with it. I know the city manager and the deputy city manager and the city engineer have been working on the actual drainage. And now that we have the property that's south of Fifth Street, they'll swap with they're working on trying to work out some solutions using that property, maybe as a basin or some other things. But it's a work in progress, and right now they cleaned out all the ditch, all the debris, everything. I went and took some pictures just to make sure, but it's a work in progress, and it's being addressed. So hopefully it'll come to a resolution soon. What else? I had a meeting with Miss Urquijo and Mr. The deputy city manager, and involved some of the constituent complaints, or not complaints. They weren't complaints, they were issues. So I want to thank them for taking the time to address them rapidly. What else? That's about all I have for them.
Thank you. Mr. Shelton?
Okay, once again, that fireworks display was really good, not good, great, very great. And last year we were in Springfield, Missouri, and it's a large town, and ours compared to last year when we were there was exceptional. And then another thing too, there's been several people, once again, residents saying, cars are parked out in front of the street, or they're even on their own property starting to rot. And, if we're going to have people move here, we need to have a respectful town. So I think we'll be going around here fairly soon and mapping these out. And I know a number of years ago we did it, and it was very profitable. So let's see what we can do with that. But once again, great 250th birthday and great fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Dillon?
I had my first Let's Talk Douglas event, and I want to thank the community for attending. We had a lot of great conversation. There were several topics of concern and suggestions. I just want to highlight a few things. As always, good old code enforcement. Abandoned or fire damaged homes that are destroyed, using the alleyways as a dumping site, and also the unkept yards. There was a suggestion of possibly contracting out the code enforcement to a third-party vendor. That was just one of the suggestions. Reminding homeowners that it's their responsibility to keep up their property, and that includes their part of the alley and the curbing as well. There's a misconception that it's the city's responsibility, but it's not. It is us as homeowners. And we need to be proud of our homes and show off the beauty of our town. There was also a question, could there be resources or programs for homeowners such as the elderly or the disabled who cannot care for their properties anymore? Maybe some sort of resource that does yard cleanup at a discounted rate for them. Also, the senior center, that was also another topic. And I know that the mayor has been advocating for the senior center. We need to move forward on that. We need to remember that our seniors are a vital part of this community and they need a place of their own. More advertisement on community happenings and not just on social media or the marquee out front or WhatsApp. A lot of us still are old schoolers like me, and we want to see things in print. I know we have suggested this before, using the water bill. I think it's a great source of advertisement and we should take advantage of that. There was also a suggestion about that the parks need pruning of the trees and the grass needs to be reseeded. So if that could be looked at. We have a beautiful community. We have a lot happening, a lot coming down the street, and we need to be proud of our community. And that means showing that our homes are beautiful and we all have to work together. We're a beautiful community. We're always step up when there's a medical emergency or someone needs a helping hand. We need to continue doing that with this community because I love my community and I know we all do because we're all here. We're all here for the greater good of this community. Also, please don't forget to vote. It is our vote and our vote does matter. So please don't forget to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acosta.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments here. Currently, our Douglas Little League is going through the All-Stars competition. And 2 weeks ago, we hosted the Douglas Little League Majors Girls Softball Tournament, which was a success. And thanks to Parks and Rec, they really got those two fields going and they looked outstanding. The other one, again, the 4th of July, just like everybody said, it was a 2-day event. I attended both of them. It was a great event, great weekend. The parade was awesome. And as well as the fireworks, I believe they were the best I've ever seen. And I've been to Portland, Oregon. I've been to Seattle and we did well. So congratulations, City of Douglas. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pedro, we got an update.
I just wanted to add and concur with you because they also, the constituents that were at my meeting said better communication with the city, but it would be the water bill. If we could use the back of the water bill to announce events in advance. The other thing was the city parks, and I want to tail into yours. There was complaints about some of the tables. It's not even my ward, the 15th Street Park, but the unsafety of the tables and they're not benches. What are they called? Where you sit down? So I just want to say thank you to the city because my understanding is they were fixed prior to the event. But I think it's also very important that the city do maintenance. With maintenance, we prevent high costs. But if we wait till things are really damaged, then it takes more money to repair. Thank you.
Thank you. For my first one, update, for the events update, I just want to say there's videos that are very loud and then you can't hear the other one. we have a podcast room, so I'd like to, it's okay, maybe encourage our staff to go into the podcast room. They could use microphones, everything could be hearable. So I want to thank the JVLO Jiu-Jitsu who's here today. They met with me about a possible sponsorship for a tournament. That tournament is usually done in Tucson. So they want to bring it here. I think we should encourage it. We should support it, sponsor it, because I think it was 200 to 300 participants. Now, imagine 200 to 300 participants coming to Douglas. They're not going to come alone. They're going to come with their family. So you're going to see a bunch of people in here for that. And it's in October, so hopefully we have lodging by then. I want to just give an MPC meeting update. The back nine is opening. The grand opening is this Friday. We're also going to fix the front nine around winter time. And it's been making money more than usual. So, I mean, that's a very positive sign. It's an amenity. I don't golf, but people golf. I'm sure it's fun. Shout out to Mr. Montaño, you know, they're golfers. So I'm sure it's fun. It's not about us. It's what about the community wants. And if we could leverage this into tourism and also having people wanting to live here and say, hey, we have a golf course. By the time it's done, the most beautiful golf course in the county, then, I mean, it's an amenity. I want to thank Congressman Andy Biggs. He was supposed to come down here, and then he invited me up there, and then the vice president was supposed to go up there, and then he canceled. So I said, I'll go up there and meet with you. He is our representative right now, but he's also running for governor. First question he asked is, what do you need? And I said, jobs. So he's very interested in Douglas. He's going to make a trip down here. I mean, that's what we want. Regardless of political party, we want both sides to be talking about us. We want the attention. Everybody's talking about us right now. So, in a good way. And that's how we want it. I want to also thank the Hustlers Roost for their grand opening. Yes, we threw them a block party, but all the events that they have in the community, go check out their calendar that they have in their window. It's a lot of things for a lot of different interests. So you know, they're looking to cater to seniors, they're looking to cater to teens, they're looking to cater to little kids and adults. That we're very thankful for them. I did meet with a constituent about the veterans banner. So I kind of got the runaround from, you know, he would call the Legion who would order him, call, you know, the city, didn't get responses. And then I do have another constituent that they both waited for more than a year and to have their banners up. And I did talk to the Legion, and it was because of monsoon season, but I mean, it's more than a year. So monsoon season, you know, after last year, we should have put them up. So talking to Scotty, he said that he did ask the city to buy certain, you know, like the poles with the grips on it. So they don't, if it rains and if it's very windy, they don't blow off. So I think since it's their baby, we should be listening to them. This is their project. So if they want clips, if they want specialty, if they know it's going to work, then let's do it. The city can't micromanage every project and install a project because we're too busy doing other things. If the community wants to do something, let them do it, and we'll accommodate them. I also want to congratulate Alma Vitosola on her retirement. How many parking tickets and how many speeding tickets did she forgive? Because that room was filled with a bunch of random people, but it was good. You know, we're very thankful for her service. It's not easy being a judge, harder than being a councilman and a mayor because of all the things that she goes through, all the things that she sees. So we're going to miss her very much. And there was a forum too with the candidates. So get to know them. Like Mrs. Dillman said, your vote matters. So go and see who's running and see who better fits our community. Nobody mentioned it, so I'm going to mention it. We are on pace to have a record-breaking revenue year for the city. First, I think the numbers were 11.4 million. That's why I texted Mr. Martinez on the last update and said, did you mess up? Because on the last update, he said it went from 11.4 to 11.5. This is a lot of traction that we're getting, a lot of attention. And we got to be honest, we're thankful for our community. They support businesses. We also got to be thankful for Mexico because Ross is filled every day with those license plates that are not from Douglas. So we're very appreciative to our partners. And we can only get through this together. And as long as we take from Sarah Vista, that's on the record, but don't tell them. I mean, we're on a good pace. So we're very thankful. And again, the money's there. We should, and for me, the reason that we're in that situation is because in years past, we'd be kind of careful with the money. We need to reinvest back into our community, invest back into our seniors, our youth, and also our employees. Like Mr. Pedro said, our lower level employees, they need that bump. So we're very thankful for them. And I don't see it, because we did talk about, the budget, but this is, as far as an update goes, this isn't punishment for anybody else. They got their reward. We're trying to lift everybody else up to a better life here in Douglas. It was mentioned 4th of July. I've gone to a lot of events at the park for 4th of July. I can't remember when the H Street Park was that filled up. And I want to thank staff because I feel so bad for our rec staff. That's, they do events for our families, for our community, and they can't enjoy those events because they're working. They can't take their kids to go have fun. So we're very thankful that they sacrifice their time and their family moments to give all of us those moments. The fireworks were tremendous. I thought I was in a bigger city like Phoenix. Those fireworks, whatever we did with wherever we bought them from, we're buying them again for next year's. And I saw that a bunch of cities were not doing fireworks because they're doing drone shows. We have record revenue, so we need to be talking about a one-time expense on not only fireworks next year, but let's up every other city in the state and let's do fireworks and a drone show. That way we could get everybody down here. And again, they could experience Douglas because the hardest part is getting people down here. But once they're down here, they love it. And I was also informed because they had to borrow our Tahoe. I think 2 cars for wreck broke down. I think like to direct staff, we need to talk about getting them something reliable. They need a truck. That if they have to take it out of our line items, I'm fine with that because it's for the community. I do, we did have a comment earlier on tourism. I think we need to do better on tourism. We need to really go on every avenue, different avenues. Not everybody's on Facebook, like they mentioned. There's different people that are on either, TikTok. We need to get somebody that Instagram, we need to get a marketing person. When I mean marketing person, I don't mean we do it or ask our staff that's not getting paid enough to get another burden on, more on their plate. We need to get somebody that knows how to do it, somebody professional, not going in-house and saying, let's train them, because we do that a lot. But the people that, like us, that we don't know how to do it, we can't be training somebody to do something we don't know. So we're on a roll right here. We have momentum. Let's keep going on that. And also, and just as an example, I'm not mad about it because we had 4th of July, but we just announced that we had the comedy show. I told staff we're not announcing it, so if not a lot of people go, it's because it's our fault that people don't know that we're gonna have a comedian from New York that has hundreds of thousands of followers there. And the first thing, and I'm not, complaining, but the first post that goes up is on Facebook. Why are we not calling into the radio stations? Why are we not calling Cool FM? Why are we not calling the Herald and saying, hey, can you put something out for us? We need to think different avenues. It's about what everybody else wants and not what we're comfortable with. So there goes my rant. Thank you. Next item on the agenda, presentation of awards. Item A, recognition to, don't let me butcher the name. Iker, how do you pronounce it? Iker Joel Velasquez, Alessandro Zahid, and Ian Monteverde for their placing in nationals in jiu-jitsu. I did not mispronounce that. They got medals in nationals from Douglas, Arizona. I think you all have to go. Do you have your practice? I didn't mean to take up most of your time, but did you want to say something just about your program, about the kids, whatever it might be? Did you want to say a few words?
Yes.
No pressure.
Yes, go ahead.
In the mic.
Sí.
English, Spanish, Spanglish.
Facing you? Sí.
No, facing us, facing us, please.
So my name is Joel Velasquez. I'm the head coach and the owner of JV Lo Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. And as the mayor said 2 weeks ago, we took a small little team to American Nationals. Thousands of competitors show up, just the best in the nation show up there. We took a small little team and they all placed. They all took third places. Coming from a small town, like you said. So with our resources and what we have, we competed against people from LA, Vegas, all over the nation. Just the best in the nation show up. And these kids probably represented Douglas in our school. Yeah, take their place.
Thank you.
Where did you go?
It was in Nevada, Las Vegas, Nevada.
So they got to experience Vegas too.
Show up your hardware.
Yeah, come up because we're gonna take a picture. Are there parents here too?
Yeah, their parents are here too.
Get in the picture too. We're very proud of you all. And most importantly, you're our ambassadors. So when they think about
Sí,
Douglas,
aquí,
Arizona,
mijitos, miren, pónganse aquí.
when they think about,
Yes. Bien, para allá. Voltéense.
Let's turn around.
I just want to tell you all that when they think about Douglas, Arizona, they're not thinking about everybody up here. They're thinking about you all. So thank you for your hard work. We're gonna go down and take a quick picture.
Yep.
Council? Thank you. And for you all, if you got your awards, you don't have to stay because it's all gonna be kind of boring stuff afterwards. You're free to go because you got. Sorry for taking up your time. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. So our next item is actually the 4th of July parade winners. We have in third place Haley Luna for Miss Douglas Days. Second place, Bella Noriega, China Poblana, and first place, Daniel Quijada for the Thomas Train. Do we have it? Are they on here? Just one.
China Poblana's here.
Well, if we got one, you're lucky because you're gonna be the only one in the picture. So let's give her a round of applause.
Yeah.
But I told you I don't get to come. Same thing, Ms. China Poblana. You don't have to stay. Thank you. Item 9, persons wishing to address the council in writing or verbally on any item not on the agenda? Ms. Clerk, do we have anyone?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, if we can go back to item number 8, please.
Oh, 8. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna hear the end of it, am I? Item number 8, governmental updates. Madam Supervisor.
Been here for you.
Yeah. I thought you would have forgotten.
Okay, so one of the first things I wanted to talk to you all about was, of course, BDI, right? And the screw worm. As you know, the screw worm is actually gone as far as New Mexico in a dog. So I do know that anyone who goes to Mexico that plans to take their pets, do not do so. You won't be allowed to bring them back across. So I started working on this project probably about in April. Screw worm about a month ago was in, I cannot ever say it, it's the state east of Chihuahua. It went over into the county of Savannah in Texas, and then went and was, I think, in 2 calves and a goat, and then in a dog in New Mexico. So one of the things I started hearing was that Douglas and the mayor was not supporting the screw room facility at BDI. And I have brought you all the letters that I have gotten together, because when I visited Ciscomani's office in February, he said, can you get letters from regular people that are supporting this new facility? As you guys all know, in the 70s, we had the distribution center at BDI, and it basically eradicated, and a lot of people said, well, it didn't eradicate it, but it did for our area. And then it went down to Panama, the distribution center, and it got lax because that was in the 70s and 80s. Now it's come back. If this screw gets to a foothold, it could devastate the cattle industry, and especially in Sonora. So what I decided to do is I put it on Facebook, and what I did was bring you letters of support. So as you will see, you have a letter from the mayor of Bisbee, and of course, from Douglas, from Wilcox. We got letters from the Cattlemen's Association of Arizona, Cochise County and Cattlemen's Association, from the Farm Bureau of Mexico, from the New Mexico Stockmen's Exchange publication, from Hat Ranch, from the Eastern Arizona counties. That's 6 counties that go all the way from the north down to Cochise County. And we sent those letters to the Secretary of the Agriculture, Rollins, to every congressional member from Grijalva, Cisco, and Kelly. So I wanted to give you all these letters to show you that whatever we're starting, 5 ranchers completely upset. Why isn't Douglas supporting the BDI? And I don't know how this rumor started, but it's totally false. So about 2 weeks ago, put it all out on Facebook, and several stations picked it up. And so what I want to show everyone is that, in fact, your mayor and have been on top of this, and he has always been supportive. So I like to try to squelch these rumors real quick. So I called all the ranchers and said, there's no way. Of course, Douglas is supporting. And as some people don't know, BDI is in Cochise County. I know the mayor would love to annex it, but over my dead body, because I'm hoping that in the next couple months, they will be starting to operate at BDI. I had a conversation with the undersecretary for Rights, and Hobbs people were on there, and Ciscomani gave a grant to the University of Arizona on the economic impact of the school if it was to get a foothold in our community. So it's very important to Sonora and very important to us that we are on top of this. So I'll bring you as we go along. One of the things Mr. from the Supper Museum has asked me, what the heck are you doing for Douglas? As a county supervisor, I cannot get involved in what you do in your cities. We can do this. I asked with the other supervisors, we invested $200,000 on an economic study. Well, basically, it's a strategic study starting with a new commercial port and spreading to the rest of the county. That has never been done before. what's important about an economic study is that it gives you the data to build a hospital, to have housing, to show investors that this is a town worth investing in. So what is the other thing I can do? I create through the IRS, every 10 years, based on census, they create opportunity zones. So I was able to get two opportunity zones for Douglas, 15. So we were able to pressure my supervisors and my colleagues. So we've got two. One comes from the port and kind of is an umbrella over, includes Porterville, includes the college, goes all the way over to 80 and kind of up to New Mexico. The other one, which is really important, is that I was able to get the opportunity zone for Douglas that goes from Washington Avenue to A Avenue, from the border all the way up Leslie Canyon. That's really important. And what the criteria was, is there a workforce, is there infrastructure, and avoiding BLM and state trust land, because you can't do anything, investors can't do anything on those. So that was, and I met with me, that was a really good stretch that we had. There were other pieces like, say, in the barrio, the problem is you don't have land available for people to come on to build affordable housing. So that stretch was the best one, because there is a private land going all the way past the county fair, all the way up to the end of Leslie Canyon. So those are the things that I can do for Douglas to help bring jobs here. And we have submitted our list of opportunities to the Arizona Commerce Authority that we presented to Hobbs. They assure me out of that if we chose 4 out of 15, get those 4. So Douglas gets 2. That's huge. And that's huge because hedge fund from and these opportunity zones, hedge funds can invest, especially a severely distressed economic area, and they get 30% off their taxes. It's a whole kind of tax, and I don't know if you guys came to the opportunity zone workshop. I'm not good with taxes, but anyway, it gives people who invest a huge tax break. And then it gives them the ability to say, do something for the good of the people by doing hospitals, affordable housing, being, restructuring buildings and helping businesses come in. So that is what I do for Douglas. You're welcome. So the next thing, so what I want you to do, think about is with this economic strategic plan or this group Nadelson, they want to have a representative from Douglas. So I would like to have maybe somebody from the staff and maybe as many of you in the council who would like to meet with them to talk about economic development for Douglas. This is going to be key because then they're going to collect all this data and then that's presented to all these investors in New York or California or Chicago. So I'm hoping to meet with about 10 different firms, and that includes La Raza and Chicanos por la Casa, because they are very big into affordable housing. And as I understand, if you do 4 apartments, it's much easier and quicker to get your money. So I've been talking to them, and I'd like you all to talk to them and get you connected with those people, because we need affordable housing. I think building more cuadras, that are Adobe and are good for the environment and work well here. I still remember it was summer and it was, and we needed to do that kind of housing kind of outside of the box. So the other thing, when we're talking about economic development, I can't tell you, and I'm pleading with the staff, and I think the council has to take a lead on this. Here's how difficult it is to open a business in Douglas. And that is not good, trying to bring investors into a community to invest their money if they hear that it's going to be difficult. If you're creating regulations that don't exist, if you're telling them one thing to do, they do it, and then you add another, and that is one of the rumors that spread very, very quickly. I'm hearing it throughout the county. Yeah, I'd love to go to business, but it's difficult to open a business. So I bring these economic, developer strategic, with a strategic study, I don't want them to have that, say, to come back to me and say, hey, well, listen, yeah, Douglas is a great place, got opportunities, but it's tough to open a business. So we have to think about how we're doing this. This is, as I've been told, an opportunity in 2 generations with this new commercial port. So we have to be on our game and we have to be doing the right thing to make it easy. So 2 weeks ago, maybe, or a week and a half ago, I went to Colonial Meadows, and it was with a tourist to get, I guess it was kind of a farmer's market. Guys from out there, but guess what? His job was to make things easy to open a business in El Prieta. So he was in charge of tourism, charge of cultural, economic development. And part of his job was to make things easy for people to open up a business in Douglas. Prieta. We need that over here. We need someone who's dedicated to making sure that when someone comes in, since a year and a half ago, I had someone say, can you open an ice cream shop in downtown Douglas? Guess what? In about a month and a half, she called me back. She goes, it's too difficult. I couldn't get anyone to answer. I couldn't get information, on and on and on. We have to take this really seriously, because if I'm putting $200,000 into an economic development plan, the last thing I want to hear is that, hey, it's just too difficult to open a business. We're going to go and we're going to look at Tombstone. We're going to look at other cities, because they're starting with Douglas first and we're starting with the commercial port. So that's kind of like my vent. I just don't want to keep on hearing that, and that's all I hear. So about a week and a half ago, we did a work session on the new Port of Authority, commercial Port of Authority. You know, we really haven't had one that represents stakeholders on both sides. We talked about the articles and bylaws, got a lot of good positive feedback. Those will be voted on in the next 2 weeks, and then we're going to come to you all to talk about it, because we need to have an IGA with you. So what this, and I'm thinking of calling it the Douglas Gateway Port Authority. I did an AI thing, what would be a good name? Gave me about 30, and Douglas Gateway just seemed, yes, because you always talk about how is the gateway to the Americas. And having talked about it, I got a lot of good feedback that a lot of people like that name. So one of the things it does is it creates a seat for the county and a seat for the city as founding fathers. Both those seats will never hold office, never be directors, because what we want this to be is fueled by business, by trade. And government is not good when it comes into doing that. So the founding fathers, or whatever, founding people, will always have a seat, the city and the county, and make sure that the direction of this new commercial port authority will be transparent, will abide by open meetings law, will have everything on, you know, anybody can go and see what's going on. I'm creating about 8 different committees, from ranching, agriculture, manufacturing, infrastructure, medical tourism, small business, gosh, I'm forgetting, mining, all that type of thing. And each one of those groups will elect a member to the board. And so there'll probably 9 different members of this board. They will work together on what each of those subsections need, whether, for instance, screwworm. This would be a perfect thing for those in Sonoma and here in Cochise County to be working together on vaccinations. You know, I just got a call from the animal shelter in Sierra Vista that said that Bissell, the vacuum cleaner, will bring it to animal where they have a vaccine that can be given to dogs so they don't get the screwworm. So those are the kinds of things we need to be doing. And there's just no mechanism as it stands now to have that cross-border conversation, to have those guys like mining. You know, we were seeing that mining is going to be open in Morelos. There's mining in Houston, and I don't know if you heard, but the Johnson Mining Company, I think they're out of Canada, has just found a $6 billion deposit of ore, $6 billion. They are actually going to move ADOT, which is way up in Wilcox, over so that they can mine. Mining is coming back, and with Nacosari and Grupo Mexico, with the roads are coming and being talked about in Sonora and Chihuahua, and from lines here in Cochise County going up 191 and through 80. This is where we need everyone, all the stakeholders to be talking together. So I'm really excited about that and look to about in the next month or 6 weeks, I'll be coming to you all with the county attorney and our staff to sit down and explain what these rules, and they're very good. We have ethics division, we have a financial audit. It's very, very thorough to make sure that this is going to be transparent, that it's going to be open to business, and deals with things like also why does it take us so long to get over from Prieto to over here. So look forward to that, talking to you all about that and hearing any of your ideas that we may have missed. Okay, now the other thing I wanted to do is talk to you about, I don't know if I'm going to get this much money. I was able to get 25,000 from Mr. Crosby and 25,000 for myself for community enhancements. And so what I wanted to let you know is that I gave 3,000 to the Bambi Fund to help them purchase refrigerators and stuff like that. As you know, there's this cottage food program that the state handed down, which is very, very lax, but it allows people to make tamales or salsa. As long they can't do anything like marijuana gummies, but they can do a bunch of other things. So I gave 3,000 to the Bambi Fund. I gave 5,000 to Cochise County Fairgrounds, and I'll tell you why. With the Cochise County Tourism, which we as a county, we left it because it was not doing anything for us. And the Cochise County Fair, during its 100th anniversary, 53,000 people came to that fair in 4 days. It's the largest event in Cochise County, and they have very minimal staff. So our public information officer and with this $5,000, we're going to help them market the fair throughout the state. I know that I saw that out of, I think Cochise County Fair ranked about maybe the 4th on the list of the best fairs to go in the state as the most real and having actually dirt and not, pavement. So that was something I think that needs to be happening. I'm also trying to get them, and I think the city council needs to help them. Sometimes people don't know how to ask, but they need to be able to have internet so vendors can go into that commercial building and people are able to buy. Because that is the most frustrating thing. That's why you don't have vendors. That's why you have mostly political booths, because those vendors have no way of being able to use their little Apple thing, whatever it is, to be able for people to purchase things. If you did that, you're going to even get more in sales tax because you guys annexed them. So it's a really smart thing to go and look at helping them get internet. The next thing is that I gave 5,000 for the first Veterans Claim Clinic and Resource Fair, which is happening, I think it's next week. And that's open to anyone in Cochise County, any veteran, Cochise County, Santa Cruz, Greenlee, however they want to get here. That's to help them with their benefits and know what they're able to get. I gave 5,000 to the local co-op, and that is to help with being able to grow food, we need to work on food sustainability in this area and not rely on, somewhere else, right? We need to help these small farmers become more stable and to be able to have a market for their goods. So I thought that was I just think it's a great idea. And then I gave 4,000 to the basketball for, I believe it was for 2 leagues to be able to do this summer and keep the young boys off the street. I did it last year. It grew from, I think it was like 20, 25, then it grew to 50. And then I think the second one was maybe 100. I'm not sure, but I did it for 2 times. I also gave $4,800 to Sunnyside Fire District for special needs. And one of the things I will be doing in the next month or so is going to the Arizona Fire Rural District to make sure we can get funding for our rural fire districts. Sunnyside is huge in helping Douglas and in the outside, the unincorporated areas. They cover Cochise College, And they're struggling because you guys are annexing their base of funding. So I want to go outside of that and look at subscriptions and look at the state, especially as we know in the summer, it's been dry, to help them with funding to make sure that they can stay and we don't lose them in the fire department. Same thing with Elfrida. So I'll probably come back to you guys for letters of support for any kind of funding for these rural fire districts that are really needed. And with that, that's it. So thank you so much for your time. And any questions?
Very informative. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mention that Mexico is mining gold, silver, and copper.
Gold, silver, and copper. And then Nacosari, of course, you got potassium, magnesium, you got zinc, you need, and I'll tell you, these small rural hospitals, during COVID, all the big hospitals were getting potassium, magnesium from small hospitals. And so the small hospitals didn't have anything. So these are kind of the things that when you go in a hospital and your organs are failing, believe me, you need magnesium, you need potassium, you need zinc, all those kind of things. And so this is really an important step for us to be able to bring those in through Douglas and then out to the rest of the country.
Supervisor Gomez,
Yeah.
Mayor, when we went on that trip, they also told us that they just discovered a cavern
That's right.
on a farmer or on a rancher's land. And the geologists have been there. They're going to open this cavern in a year. And this small little town of 1,000 people is going to erupt into something bigger. And the tourism that's from our side is going to have to come through Douglas to get to Agua Prieta to go to this town. And so that's also going to bring for
Revenue.
us, for Agua Prieta, for the whole area there.
And as we found
It's a
out, right?
beautiful, beautiful place.
Highway 2 is now paved.
Yep.
And with a bridge, because up until I think about 6 months ago, that river was almost impossible to go over during the monsoons. So they just paved it and I think had a big celebration. It goes all from the way from Colonia, Morelos up to here. So those trucks with that mining, or it's going to be coming right
Tourism.
through here. So
Thing.
like I said, let's just be on top of our toes. Let's work together. Let's be on the same page because we have a huge, huge opportunity to change Douglas to where maybe it can be close to the fourth largest, city in Arizona with good positive growth, sustainable growth. And I would also say Chamber of Commerce. When I went to the Rural Policy Forum last year, I talked to Andrew Infantes, has a division for small business. And he said to me, I'd called 4 different chambers of commerce and nobody answered. We need one chamber of commerce. It's huge. There's a lot of grants. There's a lot of programs that could help small businesses, but nobody knows who that is. Nobody answers the phone. And that's one thing I've heard from outside of Cochise County is why doesn't Douglas have a chamber of commerce? So I know we've got a lot of personalities. It's time to get rid of those personalities and work together and have one good chamber of commerce. So thank you.
Thank you. Item 9, persons wishing to address the council in writing or verbally on any item not on the agenda. So I'm just gonna go through speaker request form. It says that all individuals follow the rules of conduct. Each speaker will be given up to 3 minutes to speak and is asked to observe rules of decorum and good conduct. No speaker will be allowed to make personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks. Speakers will be informed when there are 30 seconds left to speak. That's Madam Clerk. And that the 3 minutes is by, I believe, send us a report on that, Ms. Clerk, resolution or ordinance, not state law, so resolution or ordinance, because there has been people asking. First individual, Harry Seahill.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and the citizens of Douglas. I talked to you before about ongoing problems, the 75-year problem the city has and never addressed. It's the alignment of 8th Street and Washington. It's dog legs there. I talked to Carl. I'd like to give Carl a lot of accolades. He's the only person that showed up at the problem site. And we might have a win-win situation. He's going to, when they get the asphalt plant running, because we want to asphalt that section right there.
And I'm the only person that lives on 8th Street between Washington and Pan American that can't park in front of his house. I don't think that's right. 75 years, people parking in front of the house, now they can't. Because of the alignment. Has to be fixed, and I want this to go on records. When you put the key in the asphalt machine, I want to see the city fix that problem. And Carl, like I said, I talked to Carl, but he has a plan. I agree with the plan. And he's the only, I said this again, I want to emphasize that they showed up to the problem site and looked at it. First one in 75 years. Can you believe that? It's fair, and I'd like to thank you, and I hope the asphalt machine gets running pretty soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Carl, for being a good ambassador to the city. Eric Blank.
Hey, everybody, Howard Blank, Arco World. Got to get shorter.
Yeah.
I just want to bring some attention to an issue that keeps coming up for me lately, and that is the permitting process, code enforcement, the difficulties of having a small business here and trying to survive. And I just think there's a disconnect between the city and the people with regards to communication. And I think we need to get together and have a jam session of ideas, ideology, how to go forward. And, this is a city, but Douglas is not San Francisco. Douglas is not, should not aspire to be Phoenix. So we need growth here. Anybody that wants to put money in Douglas and start a business should be given a green light and encouragement, not to be made difficult, shut down, permitting fees, all this stuff, engineering requirements and blah, blah, blah. I met with the city yesterday to talk about this, and I think what we need to do is get everyone in a room, lay it all out on the line. What are the problems that these people that are having trouble with permits and as-built properties and such, and if there's a problem here with people not wanting to get permits, which I didn't really know about, give them incentive. Give them an incentive of 50% off of your permitting fees if you apply for a permit. For starters, let's get them, instead of penalizing everybody, let's give them incentives. And I think that anybody that's trying to build something in Douglas and small business, they should be just praised and roll out the red carpet for them, because this place needs to develop quick. And I mean, just what I'm doing here, just so you all know, by the end of the year, I'm going to have a monument across the street here, and we're going to be getting tourists. We're already getting tourists. I'm already having a difficult time dealing with the tourists because I'm just one guy. But in the future, this whole thing is going to explode. So walk around Douglas, look at it from the sky, look at it from drones, look at all the roofs that need work, look at all the places, look at, like they were saying earlier about the alleys with the garbage. Just drive around and pick it up. The first thing that should be done, because when the tourists come to Douglas,
30 seconds
you don't
remaining.
want them to say time up.
30 seconds.
30 seconds? Okay, you don't want the tourists to come in here and associate Douglas with garbage in the alleys. And yeah, I will clean up my own place. I always do, but I can barely keep up. There's so much garbage being dumped on our properties. It's ridiculous. But anyways, I think we should have a call to action for a meeting between the city, like a congregation or forum. Invite all the local builders, all the local businesses that are having issues, and hear them out. Hear them out, and then let's make amends. That's it. I'm very optimistic for the future of Douglas, believe it or not. I'm very optimistic, but we gotta let things grow. Thank you. Thank you.
Rules of decorum also include not clapping, just letting everybody know here. I did meet with Mr. Blank. I think he's right. I think we do need a forum. I think all of us need to be there, and it needs to be with an open forum with the public, not at City Hall. We'll schedule it. And so we can not only just say, here's the law, or here's an ordinance, but here's why. And if there's no logical reason, we can discuss that. So thank you. And we'll keep you informed, and we'll hopefully not announce it just on Facebook. Next, individual, Placida Delgado.
Thank you so much for all of the hard work that's made Douglas beautiful. I went to the library today and attended some of the matinees that were for families and visitors. And though I was in town for the 4th of July, it was too hot, and I'm pregnant, so I didn't want to be outside with my child inside of me with the 100-degree weather. So I was saying hi to everybody at McDonald's instead. But I think it is a problem. I have had small businesses that I've done, and I've had to do it outside of stores here and in other places, because it really just is very difficult for small business owners, especially here. And I go up to Ahwatukee, and it's $10 to have a market booth. And I have never been able to do a market booth here because there's never been a market while I've been here. Unfortunately, I had to move back up to Tempe. And while experiencing domestic violence here in town, and having problems with the shelter that really just slandered me and kicked me out with nowhere to go, there was no places to really be here safely. And I went up to Bisbee and ended up burying my documents on the road, because the person who runs the shelter up in Bisbee ended up inviting a lot of people up from Mexico who were not refugees, they were illegals. And it was very difficult for me to want to have my documents on me while I was there. So I'm hoping that you guys, on top of considering making it easier for small businesses, will also consider using one of the abandoned buildings and the funding that's available to create a sustainable shelter. People outside of domestic violence, or expanding somehow the shelter that exists for domestic violence victims, but both are needed here in Douglas. I also had just attended a tax meeting over at for small businesses
30
at
seconds
the
remaining.
Bernard Library. Thank you so much. Just a brief tax class. Things like that could happen at the library, and it could be wonderful for small businesses to grow and thrive. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful night.
Thank you. And since those fees for vendors were brought up, I think I'd like that to be brought up to council on at the next month's meeting. Next is Mr. Eric Braverman and Mr. Arthur. Mr. Arthur has yielded his time to Mr. Braverman. So you have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Kathleen made the biggest point that I've ever heard down here, along with what Mr. Blank said. It is so hard for anyone to do anything here, whether you're an organization or a business. I talked to 5 investors recently. One was taking the taco shop on 4th Street. Another was just looking up and down the street. They were friends of DeVore Automotive. They all just decided to ditch because of these issues. The Brophy building is on its 3rd owner since we have opened Last Supper Museum. Same exact thing. Whether they want to get a permit, a business license, the Bambi Fund that Kathleen gave money to and that you guys just helped out, they were tortured through this process. They're right next door to me. They were tortured to put up a sign. They caused so much stress for these people that, and their thing isn't even a business. It's a Swiss Army knife of services. Now, you mentioned the tourism thing and putting it on the staff, and you're absolutely right, Mayor. Here I have a 10-pound box of press magazines from all over the country. I'm sure you've all heard of the Business Journal. We're even in the Pride Guy, Phoenix Magazine, Arizona State RV Travel Guide, American Road. Imagine what I can do if you guys give me some juice. I'll start working on it tomorrow for free. I'll get nothing but positive media from the radio. I was just on NPR. I'm about to have an Arizona Illustrated episode on PBS, and the London Film School documentary is about to come out and a bunch of press to go with that. So I'd like to say, and it won't be me, so don't worry about my personality. My team sets these things up for me because I like to do them and I can talk and I'm silly enough to gain people's attention. So we could work on this tourism thing tomorrow. And then we can have a welcome kit for businesses that want to come in here that walk everyone through. And then the welcome kit can also be taken when you guys go to conventions in Vegas. So if we did the permitting and the licensing and got that streamlined in the way that Kathleen just said, by just having a appointed person that knows how to put out their hand and help the businesses and work on the tourism and the business and permitting, these three things: welcome kit, tourism, permitting, licenses, we could be on roller skates downhill tomorrow morning. Please don't stop it again. So if anyone ever wants to see this stuff, come in. As far as that trash thing goes that Mr. Blank was talking about, we have a trash problem in front of the Grand Theater and the Gadsden Hotel that I have to clean up every day. I haven't charged anybody for that, but I do have to clean it up every day because no one else is doing it. The water bill is a tremendous way to let citizens know what's going on because everybody gets the water bill. We can put the day in Douglas in that. We can put in when there's an activity. We can put it in when there's a problem. Because like I said, I don't have Facebook because I'm an adult. Like, really? Let's go on Facebook. And then the Herald Review no longer even delivers down here. So Alejandro pointed these things out and they're sound because he does a fantastic job, but they're not effective as doing something like every water bill. Imagine. We just made a postcard for the Last Supper Museum and for our Car World and downtown Douglas and sent it to every single person in Purtleville in the mail. We just got that done. But think about the triangle and that Cochise County Tourism and Economic Board that we've given $16,000 a year to. We can get in all kinds of magazines with that and different things, tourism dollars. We just need to focus on these things more. And you just need to listen. And that came in and talked about the stop signs. Remember him? The stop signs. I talked to him and he said no one reached out to him. No one got back to him. It was like here saying anything. So I've been here 5 years working on this. Douglas has the greatest people. There's like 15 people down here that don't get it. And we have the best weather, even though it's hot. It's 20 degrees less than Phoenix and many degrees less than Tucson. And I'm not against golf, but we need to work on getting people down and putting the golf in the welcome kit and the tourism kit and get people to play golf. Any questions on that? Because I know you guys don't understand the media because I asked an educated man, and no offense, it's just, I know this stuff because I worked at Universal Studios and I'm friends
30
with,
seconds remaining.
on the 5 minutes, and I'm friends with ET. So I want to help as much as I can. But you guys, tomorrow I'll get to work on this and put a budget together of spreading the day in Douglas and all these things. And I think we can have a lot of fun. Because this should be fun. It shouldn't be a big drag and a hassle and feeling attacked. And there was no intimidation from Ms. Pedrosa. This is very important. Drago, I'm sorry. I made a petition telling all of you that no one likes the streetscape years ago. And she did it a year ago. And we got 50% of the voting in the last mayor election signed our petitions.
Thank you, Mr. Braverman.
Listen to constituents. Okay, have a good night.
Item 10, discussion decision on approval of consent agenda items. Item A, expenditures for month of June 2026 totaling $6,039,242.68. Item B, special meeting minutes for May 13, 2026 and meeting minutes for June 2nd and June 10, 2026. C, Personnel Appeals Board reappointment of Veronica Abrigo, Joe Moran, Rebecca Castillo, and Ken Nelson. Item D, Transportation Advisory Committee appointment of Renee Lopez. E, resolution number 26-1738, a resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, authorizing the city manager to execute a renewal of the intergovernmental agreement between the city of Douglas and Cochise College to provide reliable passenger transportation services to college riders combining resources to continue to promote educational opportunities and foster economic development in the city of Douglas. Item F, resolution number 26-1741, a resolution of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, approving and adopting the updated Title VI 2026 implementation plan in conformance with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, and the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, ADA, for the City of Douglas Transit System for the current grant cycle. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
Mayor,
Mrs.
I
Pedro.
motion to approve A, B, C, D, E. Okay, all items as listed. Thank
Do I have
you.
a second?
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Pedro, second by Mr. Montaño. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Pedrego,
Yes.
Councilmember Montaño,
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
Yes.
Councilmember Dillman,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, motion passes. Item 11, discussion decision on approvals. Item A, second reading of ordinance number 26-1235, an ordinance to the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, adopting the document filed with the city clerk and entitled 2026 Amendments to Title 18 by reference to amend certain provision of the City of Douglas Municipal Code, Title 18 Historic Preservation, relating to Historic Preservation Commission membership, powers, duties, and administrative procedures, establishing severability of components of ordinance, and establishing an effective date thereof. Mr. Martinez?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council, staff, and community members. I am here today to present the second reading for the amendments to Title 18. This proposed revision to Title 18 Historic Preservation of the Douglas Municipal Code is to modernize the code, increase flexibility, and streamline administrative procedures for both applicants and the city. In 2024, Mayor and Council adopted Title 18 Historic Preservation to formally establish the City of Douglas Historic Preservation Framework and incorporate historic preservation regulations into the Douglas Municipal Code. The adoption of Title 18 created procedures for the identification, designation, preservation, restoration, and rehabilitation of historically significant properties within the city. The ordinance also establishes the Historic Preservation Commission to oversee preservation efforts and support the city's long-term historic preservation goals. Additionally, the adoption of Title 18 positioned the city to pursue certified local government status through the Arizona State Historic Preservation Office, making the city eligible for preservation-related grants, technical assistance, and additional funding opportunities. The ordinance further supported the city's downtown revitalization initiatives by encouraging facade improvements, redevelopment efforts, and preservation initiatives aimed at protecting and enhancing Douglas' historic character. Since the adoption of Title 18 in 2024, implementation efforts have faced several challenges, including periodic pauses and uncertainty in support and funding availability through the State Historic Preservation Office due to federal government shutdowns and anticipated funding reductions. Additionally, the city has experienced challenges in recruiting community members interested in serving on the Historic Preservation Commission, which has impacted the progression of these preservation initiatives. Last year, in the latest pursuit of our CLG certification, SHPO and the National State Parks met with staff to provide a thorough evaluation to Title 18 and recommend the following changes prior to CLG approval. These changes are outlined in your agenda packets. In summary, the proposed revisions to Title 18 expand the responsibilities of the Historic Preservation Commission by adding review and comment authority for National Register nominations, annual reporting requirements, and consultation with qualified experts when necessary. The amendments also clarify definitions, application procedures, and relationship between the National Register of Historic Places and the Douglas Historic Property Register. Additionally, the revisions update the Historic Preservation Commission membership requirements by reducing the number of required members from 7 to 5, removing the residency requirement, and reorganizing provisions throughout Title 18 to improve clarity and consistency while supporting certified local government program requirements. Staff recommends approval of the proposed amendments, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the second reading of ordinance number 26-1235?
Mayor,
Mr. Acosta?
I move that the mayor and council approve the second reading of ordinance number 26-1235 by number and title only with modifications as presented.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Acosta, second by Mr. Shelton. Any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
How does this affect the business owners? Let's say the business owner has a historical building, owns it. Do they have to abide by the city or because it is a historical building?
Mayor,
Does it affect-
Councilmember Pedrico, for business owners within the historic property register, they would have to apply. They're not automatically put in place into the Douglas Historic Property Register. They would have to go through the application process if they would like their business to be considered a historic property.
Is there a cost to the business owner?
There is no cost.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor, if I might,
Oh, Nick. Hey, Nick. Yes, sir.
sorry, I just want to correct something. In the packet, there is an exhibit attached to the ordinance. That is not the correct exhibit. The correct exhibit is also in the packet. It's titled Title 18 Historic Preservation, and that contains the changes that are being addressed.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? So I have a quick comment and I want it on record. So when we were having our agenda meeting, it seems like staff was already gathering people to be part of this committee. Per the charter, it says, unless otherwise provided herein, the mayor shall appoint members to the various committees, boards, and commissions with the consent of council. I was not advised, I was not asked about certain people. That's something that the charter gives the mayor authority over that I'm not willing to give up because I have staff and respectfully that's in their right to say, you know, the charter gives them this, the mayor can't do that. That's fine, but I'd like to see the list. There will be no list coming up. And if anybody was promised any spots, that's my authority. So I just like to point that out. Any list coming from these memberships has to go through me and approved by council.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
just to clarify, yes, nobody has been granted any guarantees. SHPO required as part of the CLG process to have very, very unique types of eligibility members, which is why they're also now modifying it to expand that they don't have to be residents. For example, they request an architect, a historian, a geologist, archaeologist, and we don't have many of those. So at their suggestion, we put out, because it's one of the criteria to be able to be CLG status, we put out a request of interest so that we could come back with council on how we've recruited this for several months to lay out as options, but they do have to meet one of the criteria as part of this process. And what SHPO has agreed to as well, because I think the one we didn't find was maybe an archaeologist, is if we ever have that situation with a historical building, SHPO would work with us to bring in someone as ex officio member or somebody to advise that commission on a specific issue. So we were not acting out of our realm. It's just trying to provide efficiency to the process to make recommendations of interest in the community and the areas that SHPO guided.
Also NPC has certain qualifications and we meet those. So I'd like to be invited to be part of that process. Because like you said, you're planning to bring it to council. It doesn't come to council until the mayor approves it and then it gets approved by council. So just letting you know, if you'd like to invite me to be a part of these letters of interest, that's fine. I'm always in my office, at least David knows, because I always go in before gym, after gym, and I stay there for most of the day now. Any other questions? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Councilmember Pedrego,
Yes.
Councilmember Montaño.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton,
Yes.
Councilmember Dillman,
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, motion passes. Item B, second reading of ordinance number 26-1236, an ordinance of the mayor and council of the city of Douglas, Cochise County, Arizona, amending the city personnel rules and regulations adopted pursuant to ordinance 684, and last amended by ordinance 24-1189, establishing severability of components of ordinance and declaring an emergency. Mrs. Garcia Pedrosa. Just an FYI, if you all know when your item's coming, you don't have to wait until you could just come already. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This is the second reading for our changes to the personnel rules. We have one that is being considered for this time. It is the city manager recommending a change in the rules and regulations to allow a wage differential for less desirable shifts. Something that we talked about last month. We actually tried to get it approved through emergency, but we did not have the members that require 6 members to be doing so. So this time it's still going in as through an emergency. And what we're proposing is the addition of a provision that authorizes the city manager to approve a wage differential of up to 5% for employees assigned to shifts or work schedules that are considered less desirable under specific operational circumstances, which was the case with our transit division recently. We have added into this ordinance this month a change to allow since we were not able to do it last month, to allow to go retro, but actually to May 2026, which is actually when we became aware of the issues with transit. So that's a new change that was added into the ordinance for the second reading. And there will be, as I mentioned last time, other housekeeping items that will be brought forth through a different ordinance, hopefully by next month.
Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the second reading of ordinance number 26-1236?
Mayor,
Mrs. Dillman. That surprised all of us, even you, because you didn't answer right away.
I move that the mayor and council approve the second reading of ordinance number 26-1236 by number and title only and declaring an emergency.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mrs. Dillman, second by Mr. Shelton. Any discussion?
Mayor,
Mr. Montaño?
I have a question. For a typical transit driver, how much would 5% equate to, either per hour or per day?
It varies depending on their years of service.
Yeah, just more like a.
But I mean, if we're looking at someone that's making $20 an hour,
So it'd be 21.
so it'd be $1 more.
And
Per hour.
are they required to commute in their own vehicles to, like, when they have to go to Bisbee?
That is correct. And that is the reason that we're adding this.
I just have a suggestion. It seems like 5% or $8 for a tank, for half a tank of gas or whatever you're gonna use. Nowadays, it doesn't go very far. So I don't know, maybe increase that a little bit, just because of the distance they have to travel in their own vehicles. I don't know, I'm saying like maybe 10%. I wasn't here the last week, so that's fine.
So I'd like to add on to that. Is this a budget question? Because we can't go for now. We set the ceiling. That's the good one. The budget we just passed.
It's also a grant situation because most of the funding from transit comes from FTA dollars, so it could compromise both of those. Starting off with 5%, we did get legal advice on that as well. And the differential typically has not exceeded 5%, but what we can do is perhaps add language to where it doesn't exceed 5% of a market rate. So it can fluctuate based on that. Because we are trying to catch up our market rates as well. This year we did a cost of living adjustment, and next year we're bringing back market adjustments. And so it gives us more time also to submit for FTA alignment. We only are able to submit for FTA funds every 2 years.
Was that a no?
But it is a budget, becomes a budget impact from what we provided. If we, Rocio, if you can clarify, we provided a 3% COLA plus
a one range difference for transit drivers to be comparable to the local market rate. Because the high school or the district was at 18 to $20 actually, yeah. So they were 20. So they have in this budget have received a one range increase, which is usually equates to about 4.5%, the 3% COLA. And now those those that are driving that live here in Douglas and would be driving to Bisbee to cover the route are getting the 5% additional. So I mean, it's 4.5, 3, and then the 5.
But if you don't have to drive to Bisbee, you don't have to spend any money on gas or any of that. So giving them eight extra dollars a day, I don't think it's sufficient. That's just my opinion, but if it can't be done, it can't be done, but I wish we would have maybe done this earlier and considered a little more.
So I have a suggestion. Can we find out what the physical damage for them, the cost of somebody, the employees in a month driving back and forth to Bisbee? Maybe it could be like a one-time compensation, compensate them for gas to maybe the strategic investment of the council line item. Until we come back to next year where we could talk about it for next year's budget. Is that possible?
Mayor, this has to be considered wages, not like per diem or what we do for starting the clock before work starts type of thing. So we've evaluated the various different considerations and
I think your mic died. That's why they're gonna take it. Mic. So how about for next month? I mean, we'll leave this as is, and then let's come up with options. See what recommendations. I really wish there would have been somebody from transit, because I mean, I'm glad we're giving them this help, but at the same time, would have liked to hear from the employees on why they're upset, what they need, because at the same time, we're not hearing their needs. Kind of going through the grapevine, and then a lot of times, and I don't mean to get off topic, Nick, so don't cut me off, but I mean, we did this kind of with the firefighters union. City Hall said no, we said, yes, we'll give you what you need. We could have kind of done the same thing. So when there's employee problems, I know that there's a chain of command, but I'd like to hear from
supervisors here if you have questions.
Supervisor, sure.
I just wanted to add, it's not just the gas, it's the wear and tear on the car. There's wear and tear too.
I've been at it for about 5 minutes. Mayor, maybe another recommendation. I know that, we don't want to get too deep on the budget there. Why don't we just lend them a city vehicle to drive? There's plenty of city vehicles, available to them. Maybe you could just, take one and borrow one, and that way the wear and tear is in the city vehicle and the gas is also in the city. Man, it's an idea.
There, come back with some options. The only issue is this is set for emergency. And that would take away from their base pay as well.
So how about we leave this as is? If something comes up where we could raise it, then I mean, we just bring it back and amend it, but they need this right.
Right.
So we'll just do that. Any other discussion?
Or are you saying we vote as this?
Saying leave it as is. If there's changes to their wages or anything like that, we just bring it up again and do for an emergency if need be. And not here. If I'm not hearing any other discussion, roll call, please.
Councilmember Pedrego,
Yes.
Councilmember Montaño.
Yes.
Councilmember Shelton.
Yes.
Councilmember Newman.
Yes.
Councilmember Acosta.
Yes.
Yes, motion passes. Item 12, presentation discussion, item A. code enforcement statistics and processes. Ms. Gonzalez?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So at the regular meeting of mayor and council on May 13, 2026, Councilmember Pedrego requested a presentation on code enforcement data. So DMC section 8.32 defines nuisances, litter, abandoned or junk vehicles, and provides processes and procedures for enforcement by city staff of non-compliance and violations of this section of codes. The presentation will provide statistical data for the 2026 fiscal year, July 1, 2025 through May 31, 2026, and explain existing processes and procedures for enforcement. Previous presentations to mayor and council regarding code enforcement have been done on January 28, 2025 and September 10, 2025. Sorry. So September 10th, we did a presentation on current enforcement data and statistics through July of 2025. We provided information on code enforcement and abatement processes. So this is chapter 8.32 of our Douglas Municipal Code, which establishes violations for noncompliance and how to enforce. So our current enforcement data, a big challenge to our code enforcement efforts continues to be absentee and or deceased owners. The city has several vacant and or abandoned buildings and vacant parcels, some of which are being accessed or occupied without active utility services. The conditions often lead to the accumulation of trash, debris, junk, and overgrown vegetation, creating ongoing enforcement and cleanup challenges. So our current state enforcement efforts continue through verbal and written education to property owners regarding their responsibilities under the Douglas Municipal Code. Our goal is to obtain voluntary compliance whenever possible and avoid the need to issue violation notices and citations. Staffing update on our blight crew. It consists of 3 members and is now supervised by our code enforcement officer, Barcelo. The crew was previously supervised by Mr. Peralta, who now serves as one of our building compliance specialists. So their duties and responsibilities consist of alley cleanups, right-of-way cleanups, keeping public facilities free of debris and overgrown vegetation, picking up illegal dumping items throughout the city when we can't determine responsibility. They power wash our transit shelters. They assist with placing flags and banners for special events. And they also coordinate with public works and parks crews for special event support. We also assist public works with right-of-way cleanup efforts to include washes, ditches, and other areas for monsoon season. So we continue to have challenges with alley and right-of-way cleanup maintenance by property owners. Many cases, as it was stated earlier this evening by Mrs. Stillman, property owners still think that that's the city's responsibility. And so instead of cleaning up their section of the alley or right-of-way, they call and say, when are you coming to clean? And so we've gone over the education and we continue to do so. And when things get really bad or there's an elderly person who is doing the complaining, then our crews will go out and do it, but also provide education on the responsibility of the property owner. Another really big challenge is illegal dumping. A lot of people dump appliances, mattresses, other yard debris onto either vacant parcels or within our alleyways instead of taking it to the dump because it costs money to do that. Our code enforcement statistics from July 1 through 31, 2026, excuse me, we've issued 144 violation notices, Out of those, we mostly got compliance. We only had to issue 29 citations in almost the entire fiscal year. There were 125 verbal contact that achieved voluntary compliance. We placed 201 vehicle tow stickers, and out of those, only 24 vehicles were towed. We did 162 right-of-way ditch and graffiti cleanups. We did 123 alley cleanups, and we issued 19 citations for working without building permits. Or not citations, sorry, violation notice. Our code enforcement process is documented here. It's also within our code. Our main objective is to gain voluntary compliance. So we do verbal contacts, we send letter, and we might send a second letter depending on the severity of the violation. And if we still don't gain compliance, then the citation gets issued. Reasonable time frame depends on the severity of the violation. Shorter for minor things, you have a stove sitting on your front yard, it needs to be removed. You have 5 days to do that. You have a yard full of weeds, you have appliances and other junk in your yard. We might work with people to allow them longer periods of time to get those taken care of. So our abatement process is dictated by Municipal Code 8.32.310. It outlines the process that the city takes in order to go in and abate a property. We also have emergency abatement that is referenced within the same section of the code, just it's 8.32.300. And that's when it's a threat to health and safety, hazard to life. And so that's when we do those processes. That concludes my presentation. I will entertain any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
I do.
Mrs. Dillman.
When you went back to the slide where the alleys, are you currently cleaning alleys, or is it just people that ask to have that done? Or
We are currently cleaning alleys. Our main focus is the downtown district, our commercial district, any areas that need to look tidy for special events. And then if our crew has time in between other tasks and they notice that there's an alley in dire need of cleaning, they'll go through and clean it and then provide notice to the homeowners that it's their responsibility.
like from there on, it's their
Yes.
responsibility? Oh, it's just such a shame that this is happening. It is. And the illegal dumping, shame. It's just a shame.
It is.
My question is, does the code enforcer drive around town finding infractions, or is it only when we call?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Pedrego, the code enforcement is out and about all the time. A lot of time, a complaint triggers what the focus is for that day or that week. Like if we get a complaint from somebody saying, there's a bunch of abandoned vehicles on my block, then our focus becomes not only on that block, but also on the surrounding areas. How many abandoned vehicles are just being left around the city?
You know, earlier it was mentioned that, and you mentioned too, that if there's a senior, for example, who can't maintain their yard due to their age and inability to, does the city provide any type of service for them?
We currently, Councilwoman Pedrego, Mr. Mayor, we currently don't have any program that does that. We have talked internally about reaching out to civic organizations or high school clubs, somebody that needs to put in community hours to get a committee together to do that. We cannot enter private property to clean.
Mhm.
So all we can do is clean the public right of ways. But if there's anybody interested in starting up a program like that, the city would be very supportive of it.
So,
Anna, if I'm not. What's the word I want to use? If I'm not sure of this, aren't we going to get in the car and or someone, and we're gonna go down each council members
Yes.
go down, and we're going to list things that need to be done.
And you're saying in our,
In your word, Mr. Shelton, yes, correct. So recently we've been receiving lists
yes.
in certain words. And I've referred them over to their council members, but it kind of sparked, because we've done this before. We've generally, I mean, the binder of code enforcement infractions is about that thick, and we drive around to kind of try to prioritize them. And what we've done with council is we've asked about your streets and your sidewalks and your lights in order, and alleys. We will go through our futures process to determine your own priorities, but we haven't taken a drive with you other than for your boundaries. We haven't taken a drive with you to kind of look and help prioritize some of the blinded areas. So that's come up in the recent week, and I think I've talked to most of you, and everyone's scheduled to get out in your areas again to try and establish those priorities within the blocks.
I just wanted to add, and I've spoken with several people. They discuss, especially, well, even downtown, there's trash sometimes in our cans, and I've called because our garbage cans downtown G Avenue, they're full, overflowing. That's G Avenue. But 10th Street, and really 10th Street is our divider and one of our main streets. There's a lot of homes with cars parked on them where their lawns are not maintained, overgrowth. And I'm talking not just overgrowth, but the sidewalks. There's overgrowth onto the sidewalks where you can't walk or you have to do this because of all the overgrowth. And I really think that it's important, Mr. Harold said, the importance of people coming to Douglas, wanting to invest. The beauty of our community is important. Now, I'm not in full agreement that we have to fine everybody, but I really do think it's the responsibility to inform. The other thing I really think is a problem too is we might be sending letters in English, and a lot of our families only speak Spanish. So it needs to be bilingually. We are a bilingual community, and I think we need to address that.
Councilwoman Pedrego, Mr. Mayor, all of the communications that are coming out of our office are bilingual and they're double-sided, English and Spanish. We've sent out also a letter to all contractors and business owners, informing them for the past 2 years of what requires a permit, what responsibilities they have as not only business owners, but also community members to maintain their properties. If they're going to do any work on their buildings, what requires a permit, if you're insured, to contact our office. And so we've been sending those letters out, like I said, now for 2 years. Our education campaigns, our videos that we've done have also been bilingual.
And one of the biggest problems then that you need to know, because complaints, and as I've been told that I need to go through Ms. Urquijo for any complaint. People are complaining that they are informing, but you're saying buildings, for builders and stuff. But I feel, and I've said it before, that sometimes the people that are hired are not necessarily well informed as to how to provide the right course for the permits, because they receive one list, then they go back again and change the list. And I know that I'm not the only one, who complains about this. This is something that has been going on with the community, and I have spoken with, I will share, whether it's roofing, and that's not even my area, but people that do roofing, people that are contractors, that are very frustrated with the community because there is no unity. And my perspective is that sometimes, and you mentioned it earlier, You said that our code enforcer, who used to be Mr. Peralta, is now the, what was?
Building compliance.
Building inspector. So my question is, does he know? Has he been trained? That was the problem. And I will add to mine, the person that came to my building wanted me to put a carbon monoxide detector. And I asked him why, and he said, well, you're a commercial building, you have to have one. I said, I agree with you if I had gas. I don't have gas. So I feel that sometimes we put people in positions that they're not qualified. Not that I'm saying they won't be, but they're not qualified at the time. That's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm sorry, one more question.
Go
How
ahead.
about the homes that have excessive cars for sale, motorcycles? Do they have to have a permit? How does that work?
Councilwoman Dillman, Mr. Mayor, yes, they are not allowed to have, they're basically operating a business out of their home. And so we do our best to enforce. They'll remove the for sale signs for a day or two, and then, or they'll remove the cars, take them off the property, and before you know it, they're back. So when we spoke to Judge Vildosola, she said in instances like that, instead of trying to work with people over and over and over again, because it's apparent that some people don't want to comply, then you just go straight to issuing citations, and then they have to go see her.
Thank you.
I know she's gonna say something to me afterwards if I don't say something. But Supervisor and I have been taking cruises around town on the violations. And I mean, I live in Ward 6. The same violations that I reported in Ward 6 when I was a councilman have still not been taken care of. So, I mean, I know it's a personnel issue, but that's where it's like, for me, is it our job to be going and telling staff, this is a violation, this is a violation? I mean, if it is, let us know. But just for an example, I always walk down, I try to change my route every now and then, a house burned down. I had to have the neighbors stop me and say, hey, it burned down a few weeks ago. The cooler's coming down because there's a whole hole on the roof and it's starting to smell when it rains. And we called the city already. It hasn't been taken care of. I mean, I get that we want to work with people, but at the same time, it's called taking advantage of the city and their kindness. Because si no me van a hacer nada, if they're not going to do anything to me, that I'll wait until they do. And that affects, and I don't mean to call staff out on it, but we got to be thinking about the neighbors too. Because again, Ward 6, there's a place that has a bunch of trash and it's burned down a few times. I get complaints of when there's junk, I get skunks, I get scorpions, I get snakes, because the city doesn't do anything. I mean, now we're affecting their livelihood because the city's not keeping people safe, as it's our job to give them a good way of life. So, I mean, I wasn't invited to take a ride along, but the whole city's my ward in a sense. But at the same time, I mean, I'd like to see all the citations or something noticed, if we can get a record of that, because I would tell you all which ones I've reported before, but then honestly, I don't want the next week for those things to be taken care of just because the mayor announced it during the meeting, because I don't think that's fair. Because I mean, I'll announce them every meeting, but at the same time, it's not fair to our constituents because they feel like they're not listened to.
Mayor, just a few points, and we absolutely have an overwhelming task with code enforcement and blight. And these rides with council came as a result of our one-on-ones just yesterday. So that's still kind of in progress, but we have an opportunity to do emergency abatements. And we have the responsibility to do an emergency abatement when there are certain criteria that both our building official and our public works engineer establish are of, emergency or safety of life, or, something could fall on a house next door. So that's when we have to act. But keep in mind the abatements that we have done, and we've all discussed these individually with Mayor and Council, those are costs that the city bears. And they're at least 40 to 50,000 a pop when we have to abate with, tipping fees and everything. And we budget a small amount to take care of like the major hazards, but overwhelming areas, we do talk to you about all of those when we have some of our sessions, but we don't have the resources to accomplish everything. So it all becomes a priority, a case by case. We have to evaluate wildcat dumping. We have to do other things, but we do what we can with the blight crew now. That's helped tremendously. Last year, maybe a year and a half, we were directed by council after our presentation to do alley cleanup, and we set a schedule for the entire year to catch up on that because that was after that really, really bad monsoon where alleys just looked like jungles. Then we work in partnership with parks also to try and spray after so we don't end up with the same thing. But the large blight, we have done various types of abatement attempts. Sometimes we do have opportunities with EPA sometimes with Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. And those sometimes require way beyond just emergency abatement. They require us to have title. So all of those things, we just recently did one on 9th Street that took over 2 years to actually receive title. We put liens on properties when we do emergency abatement, the Wildcat dumping site on North Washington and Golf Course Road. We ended up going through a donation because the lien and the expense we made, which was in excess of 40, and staff can correct if I'm way off on that. But they donated that property. So everything's very unique. And we don't have the resources usually to go in and just abate because of the cost primarily. But if we see a situation with squatters or other things, we try and incorporate different, we either close them up so that they don't have access because, each one is going to be at least a $50,000. And, we've made several attempts and we come to you when it's land options and get direction on each one of them almost case by case.
Just a suggestion, since it would be a one-time expense, was brought up about contracting. Maybe, contracting out one person per ward twice a year, just to drive around inside 2 weeks, just write down and something simple. It doesn't have to be this is the weeds, the stuff in the front. That way it helps out the cars, usually by the school, where people live by schools. And that way they can give the report to the code enforcement officer. The code enforcement officer doesn't have to go through all the city, makes his job easier, and he can go to the bigger picture with the other stuff. And I would consider that a strategic investment, just in case it's a possibility. Any other questions?
What about grants?
Always pursuing grants. One of the things that we just made this week was Seago did the application for the region for brownfield monies. Brownfield are for assessments and related programs. So Douglas is in line to start that again. We were getting that before through Cochise County when they were administering the funds. That cycle ended and funds were exhausted, and Seago took it on now, and we are, I think, in line for mostly environmental assessments, but there's opportunity for areas that EPA can oversee because it's governed by EPA, but also in partnership with ADEQ. So we're looking at some of the more critical areas, especially that have had fires in recent months, that we have to go in and do something more emergent in those areas.
Anyone else? Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. I did. Oh, yes.
Mr. Harrod.
Mr. Harrod Blank, wave me down next time.
Okay, I've never talked about this to anyone before, but I kind of think it's not really fair to the property owners to go after code enforcement when crap has been dumped on their property. And I can speak to this because I've got 4 properties right around the corner here. There are people dumping tires, and I'm talking truckloads. Dump, pick up truckloads of tires, because you walk the alleys, I see you. There's junk everywhere. I pick it up because I don't like seeing it. But I think it would be in the interest of the city to throw money at cleaning this stuff up, pay some extra people to go around driving around picking stuff up, than filing code complaints to property owners because they didn't pick up the stuff that was dumped on their property. And I'm talking a weekly basis, I have stuff dumped on these properties. You can testify to this too, you see that. Another thing that happens is they go through the big dumpsters that have the big black lid, and scavengers are going through there, ripping through everything and throwing it all around. And then they just get in their car and leave. They take the stuff they want and they leave this huge pile of crap right in the alley is a really good example. There's three of those barrels and the stuff's all over the place. So if the city has, maybe the grant is the way to go to clean it up, but I say, don't point the finger at other people to clean up the garbage. Let's just clean it up. Throw the money at the problem, clean it up. It'll make the tourism better. It'll make the property owners happier, and try to go after these people. I confronted the guy myself. I said, hey, don't dump those tires right there. And he gets in my face. He goes, why not? I said, because I own this place here and you're making it look like shit. And I had a confrontation.
Language, but I understand.
Excuse me. But anyways, that's what I'm saying is that you gotta, let's just clean it up. I mean, I'll even volunteer to go on a crew and clean up the city. If you guys want me to, I'll do one day and I will do a cleanup if you guys provide the trucks and the help, I'll help. I just think that's a better attitude. It goes along with code enforcement on permitting. It's the same thing. We need to stop infecting people to death and just clean thing up. And for permit people that aren't getting permits, let's get
30 seconds.
an incentive to get the permit.
Yes.
And then the process is a nicer way. Instead of penalizing everybody, let's just give them incentives to clean their own yard, clean their own properties. And it's contagious. This energy is contagious. People will be proud of their homes. They'll want them to look good. The next door neighbor will start painting their house because he painted his house. All of a sudden, the whole place is beautified. And it starts with, let's just clean it up.
Thank
That's just
you.
my
Thank
opinion.
you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Levy.
Yes,
Item 13, city manager reports. Mrs. Urquijo?
Very good. So I will go through, I have quite a bit, so I'll try and go very swiftly. Just on policy priorities, I'll start with infrastructure, our West Douglas Utility Corridor. Our phase 1 is approximately 33% complete for our sewer pipe and about 20% complete for water pipe. And this is a huge effort. Remember, we have at least 47,000 linear feet of pipe to extend out to the new port of entry. Well 20, which is on our water campus at Cochise College, has completed pilot drilling, zonal testing, and will start the final construction of the well shaft very soon. We do continue to be challenged with closing that funding gap for this major project. We do have some leads for other funding sources, but the timeline of gathering funding quickly remains key for us. On our SCADA and telecommunications project, our network portion of the project is complete, and the system is expected to be operational in August, as testing is still planned out for the end of July. This is 3 months ahead of the project timeline overall. The Deputy City Manager and I recently presented at the Arizona-Mexico Commission plenary meeting in Hermosillo regarding the status of the two-port solution. During that same session, Sonora also presented a project update of the master plan underway for Agua Prieta II. The project for master plan began in April and is scheduled to be completed by November. On our policy priority of economy, jobs, and amenities, Again, congratulations to the Bambi Fund on their grand opening and reception of Hustlers Roost, a new nonprofit economic empowerment community center, which we've heard great things about. We heard from them earlier. And that was earlier in actually late June. And then also in partnership with Local First this month, the Food Business Owner Series on the state's cottage program continues in Spanish. We have this under our Economic Development Office, and our information can be provided, or you can reach out to City Hall or our website for that information. Also on our social media platforms. After the last webinar, these recordings will be made available for future review. Great opportunity for training on new businesses. We do have these, so I'm just going to take a side note. Everything that is said about getting word out resonates, and the last thing we do is take those things defensively, always open to opportunities. We are looking on expanding email lists as well. We do have some costs to do our water bills, but we can absolutely do highlights on the back of the water bills and manage those opportunities. But we're looking at other ways to also get the word out, because email lists recently have come up as a way to make sure we expand for those that aren't on social media, and we have some other plans as well. Community facilities and special events and tourism priority. We're one of 25 communities selected to receive the planning assistance through the Federal Recreation Economy for Rural Communities, known as RERC. Many stakeholders in the community participated. It's sponsored by the EPA, USDA Forest Service, and other regional commissions. And we had a 2-day community workshop that was hosted recently to set the tone for a future planning document for recreational economy. We had great feedback and interaction that occurred during that 2-day session, or 1.5-day session. But the committee also toured our wide regional community, and they were able to see firsthand what some of the challenges were and how to maybe connect the various components back based on all of the brainstorming efforts. So an appreciation to all of those steering committee members and the stakeholders that participated in that session. And just days after the RERC's 2-day workshop, a related opportunity emerged, a new grant opportunity that we're jumping on to apply by this Friday. It's called the Outdoor Recreational Roundtable. It's also based on recreation economy for rural communities, and it's designed to help communities identify, improve, and activate outdoor spaces. So we've brainstormed. I took the notes, the very, very rough draft notes from RERC already, and identified an assessment for art as one of the goals under I think it was goal number 2 from the session. And we've expanded that into our grant request to also include historic business QR code audio files, which has been a conversation for a few years by many of the downtown groups. And one of the really cool idea is to incorporate youth art, those QR codes to be kind of I think we talked about brass plates initially to hold the QR code as a frame, and this went into maybe incorporating youth art instead of the brass plates. But then we started phasing in what else other than the downtown buildings for historic audio files for narration. We incorporated Camp Harry Jones or Jewish Cemetery or segregated schools. So much history in different parts, and then later connecting those pathways as more tourist sites. We're also working on and that grant, by the way, is $15,000, which includes also $1,000 in technical or in-kind assistance for that work. The city's also working on an upcoming partnership with Haven of Douglas for a drive-in for wheelchairs, also senior movie nights at Royal Costa Park, and we'll make sure that that gets widespread in terms of information. We're also looking at some strategic places as some recent requests that came in last month to assemble some bike racks in the downtown area and also to prepare for the November golf race. And so we're looking for the best type of setup, you know, the look and the feel that goes well with the historic downtown. We had a playground slide at the Roswell Park that was replaced after a delay in ordering and shipping, but we were able to take care of that recently. For another item, sorry, working on adding the moments that made us exhibit that we had at the Grand Theater recently to City Hall in the next month, and then we'll be working on partnering with Cochise College for some other either artwork or poetry for some of our exhibit areas that we'd like to set up around the City Hall area. As far as downtown revitalization, with today's reading of Title 18, this takes us to the next step of our earning our credential for certified local government. This program will now allow for additional grants for things like facades and historic preservation of historic buildings. The next step is to come to council for those members of the commission. As I stated earlier, it's been guided by SHPO to do a screening before even getting to this part of availability of that interest in the community, or not so much the interest, but the qualifications. Through our partnership with SEGO, I also mentioned this earlier in another item, we have been informed through Stantec that we have available funds for environmental assessments and related programs through the Brownfield program. It allows us to pick up where past assessment became stalled due to lack of funding. There were a few buildings already in the area that were under a phase 1 where when the money finished. The Rivera building was under a phase 2, so we'll be able to complete that and possibly qualify for construction dollars for that as well. As a policy priority, the downtown revitalization work by the city has always focused on the following. Of course, our streetscape funding and the engineering of that design, structural stability of historic buildings, environmental assessment of those historic buildings, and establishing a program to help reduce some of those things that delay our absentee owners on taking action or assisting with revitalization efforts in other ways. Our managing growth and annexation priority, we have internal work that continues to move the West annexation forward, and more updates are expected in the next month. We'll be coming forward with a general plan update to start the next path of that effort. In our street and roads and airport policy priority, the 15th Street sidewalk through CDBG grant has been completed for 6 blocks, and the sidewalk installation will continue east through 2 more blocks, which do not currently have sidewalk. And our asphalt plant continues to plug away in terms of the project. We do now have electricity. A final stage that seems to have kind of sidetracked us a little bit is redirection of a portion of an oil line that needs to be properly aligned once they erected the equipment, but that's being taken care of swiftly, and we still seem to have the same timeline. Our Chino Road realignment at SR 80 and 191 is under construction with earthwork currently, and that's progressing well. And those are our policy updates. Other general updates, the P&Z Commission will meet on Thursday, July 23rd at 5:30 to discuss recommendations on a zoning map amendment from multifamily MFR to general commercial on a portion of 2 parcels located on 15th Street in Florida, a minor general plan amendment to the land use designation from high-density residential to commercial center, and a special use permit for signs not otherwise allowed by right in the Douglas Municipal Code. The CDBG fiscal year 26 annual action plan public hearing will be held Thursday, July 9th at noon in the council chambers. Proposed projects for 26 include infrastructure of lighting, curb, and sidewalk in eligible LMI areas of the city. Also, the council chamber audit upgrade continues to move forward. We had an assessment completed last month, and quotes are underway for the procurement of the improved components for our technology. So we should have something ready to move on that in the following month. The city clerk's office reminds the community that early voting began on June 24th. The deadline to request the ballot by mail is July 10th, and the last day to vote in person is July 17th. Election day is July 21st, 26th, from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Government Center. The Government Center is 1012 North G Avenue. Also, a special thanks to our city staff. We've heard kudos to all of them for during America 250 celebration and our 4th of July. They did an amazing job. But this week also that ties into America 250 is known as America's Appreciation Week of Service. So just to recognize not only the work done for the 4th of July and not only the recreation staff, but so many departments that step up to do that. And yes, our special event staff, you know, is an amazing staff year round for everything that they do, as the mayor stated. And they are often that unsung hero because they don't get the time off during those special events. That is their role, to be carrying things forward for our special events. But as public service is appreciated and many departments were involved, we are recognizing them this week as well. We're also collecting from employees canned foods as a food drive to also give back to local agencies and pantries as a continuation of the America 250 celebration. It was asked last month to do an update on flock cameras. It's been back and forth with some of the information we get back from flock, but just as general knowledge, notice of cancellation was issued in March, and flock has not picked up equipment, so we're kind of back and forth on that information. Right now, staff have shut down the access to the cameras until further notice. But the remainder of the grant remains available for an alternate system, and staff is evaluating other providers, and we will be back to provide an update as that becomes available. I mentioned the tours. Oh, yes, one last thing. It was mentioned about lots of great ideas, and as I stated, we're always taking those in proactively and positively, but one thing that we didn't mention is we are taking development services into a third-party realm for added resource. So it was mentioned about turnover in staff, and it's hard to get credentials immediately, and they do train, and there's a learning curve. We have a wonderful partnership with Cochise County, and they do act as backup for us in code enforcement and building inspections. But we are bringing in a third party this fiscal year to help with efficiencies, plan reviews, particularly in the commercial plan review area, but also they'll be able to mentor our staff, provide more training, provide more of a third-party view out to the public. And they have a system that allows them to do virtual inspections or second opinions, just to kind of speed things up and not cause any bottlenecks in our process. We've talked also about bringing back incentives, and we're drafting those as potential ordinances as we wanted to get SHPO handled with our historic preservation, but we've talked amongst council about certain tax incentives or other things for the downtown revitalization area. So those are among some of the future projects. Those are my updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 14, future agenda item request from mayor and council. Do we have any? Mrs. Pedrego?
Yes. I would like to see what we can do to help the fairgrounds get, yes, but we can't put that on the agenda for next month to see how we can help.
Direct them to look into it.
To do what? I'm sorry. To look into getting internet service for the fairgrounds, because they are part of ours now.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if I worded right, but
Yes, I probably should have said something in the updates, but I'll incorporate it into.
okay.
I'd like, not next month, we'll give it maybe September. We do have a second meeting, during the year. For maybe like not a presentation, but a study session. Maybe give staff that much, 2 months to call other cities up or find out how they communicate with their constituents, their public. Especially maybe small cities that are big on tourism and they get a lot of foot traffic and tourism, how they communicate, what type of different options that we have, because I know we already passed the budget, but maybe where it's something from our line items that we can say, hey, let's invest in this to get the word out and think outside the box, because if we've been doing the same thing and people say it's not working, then I think we got to accommodate our constituents. No one else?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to direct the city staff to put together a presentation. I know that we've been hearing a lot about the process of building permits and starting businesses. If we could just put a presentation, see what's actually going on and maybe, let the public know what the process is, and maybe as a team here, mayor and council, we could really look into streamlining the process. I know that you mentioned that you're thinking about third party, but I like to see what the people are complaining about as far as the process is concerned. Please.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 15, adjournment. Fine. Just kidding. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Do we have a second?
I second.
By Mr. Shelton, second by Mr. Pedrigo. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any nays? We adjourn at 8:20 PM.
Have a good evening, Nick. Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
We forgot about
Oh, you figured. Okay.